A little bit late today, but we're here. Alright, so we had a crash at the end of the stream yesterday. It's right where we left off. Right where we left off. We didn't even get sent back at all. Okay. Couple of fresh eggs for breakfast. Would be a pretty slow start this morning, probably. I'm overslept a little bit today. I almost didn't stream, but then I made the decision at the last minute. Yeah, we're doing this. We got things to do. Swapping out my shotgun. Put all the upgrades on a new one here. Quote unquote new. And the old one is now repair fodder. Goes into the pile with the rest. Except there's no room left in the pile. Speaking of the pile, there's a pile of loot here to be sorted. And that is a lot of loot. How are we on charcoal supplies, I wonder? Definitely could use a bit. All this storage, and I actually don't have enough room for things. Just put animal parts in one of the step vans for the moment. We'll find a better home for it later. So we're gonna get started real slow here. I mean, we got lots of rain today, obviously, but we've also got lots of loot to sort. So we're gonna be spending a bit of time just sorting loot this morning. Hey, we got some large leather done drying on the rack here. That's nice. Alright, loot sorting operations begin. Okay. That's almost a full shipment of stuff to be delivering around the base. Sometimes what I would do in the past is, I would, just take individual bags and carry them around the base to the correct location. Kind of doing it backwards this time. Taking stuff out of the bags in specific categories. We're going to be indoors for a long period of time here. The game's music barely fucking plays indoors, so I'm going to play, I'm just going to go ahead and fire up the, our, little playlist of chill music here. Finally found the wizard hat. It eluded me until then. If there's one thing I wish I could go back and do, it's not mix the furniture bags with the loot bags, the general loot. First major shipment of bulk. Still quite a bit to go, but starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel here. Classic problem of oxygen tanks. They count as first aid, but they are so bulky that if you try to put them in with the first aid, your first aid container will fill up very quickly. So for now, they can just go on top of it until I run out of space there. 100%. Yep, that's it right there. That is the nail on the head. Of course, even in video games, sometimes I struggle, as we can see here. Fucking mess. Boy. moving in the direction of something here. uh, don't worry, I will eventually get tired of this. But I might actually finish the sorting before I get tired of it, which would be miraculous. Imagine if we had NPCs that could sort our loot for us. At the very least, we have not wasted any good weather. It has been absolutely horrific weather for the past entire day. The storm is probably going to ease up tomorrow. It didn't show any indications of being anything more than a severe thunderstorm, which usually those don't last more than 24 hours. Hooray for the nightmare. Actually got a little cold last night. Took a few layers off because I kept sweating all the time. Got a little tired of that. Can't wait to start sweating again. Here, I talked some shit about the storm easing up, but that's not easing up. That's intensifying. That's ramping up. Well, if nothing else, plenty of water to do laundry with, because we have actually got a full load of laundry to do. Just to the various stuff that I picked up that is still messy. Alrighty. Fog's done, or sorry, the rain's done, but now we got fog. Or do we? I am okay if we don't. I am very okay if we don't have fog. Looked like fog for a minute there. "19 jars of food that I made myself. 100% of them went rotten for some stupid reason that I still haven't figured out. Alas, it's unfortunate. But we dump it all into the compost. Get something out of it. Last year's crops can fertilize next year's crops. Cycle continues. Okay, now all these bags under my feet right now, all of them are furniture. Yeah? Yeah, all those are furniture, okay. So it looks worse than it is, thankfully. Again, furniture, all it has to do is come out of the stack, so it's not messing up my my floor anymore here. Guns that haven't even had the ammo emptied out of them yet. Can't go over there into the stack yet. I almost have a duffel bag that is full of nothing but duffel bags. Something, there's something poetic there. I don't know what, but something. Yo, dog, I heard you like duffels. Actually, that's it. We are pretty much done. I mean, we're done extracting. Then we just put away what's in our actual backpack here. We've almost got 2 entire cabinets full of magazines. On top of the 6 boxes of magazines we've got back at Riverside. We've got a lot of magazines. We do some light reading here. Okay. We are... Oh, we're down to food now. All we got left to sort is food. The large form food is sorted. Now the big gold bag of small form food. There's the savories. There's the bright sweets. Missed a few savories. Pork rinds and peanuts. And there are the salties. There's some more brights. These snow globes might actually be a dark. They're deceptive. The color is bright, but the taste is probably chocolatey with a little bit of cream. I mean, it's a fake thing. It's not like one of those things that's a direct mirror of a real life thing. All I've got to go by on the icon, or rather, all I've got to go by is the icon. Snow globes, they call them. I'm imagining some cosmopolitan sort of strawberry chocolate vanilla, strawberry coating on the outside with the little chocolate layer, and then vanilla filling, cream filling, kind of like a ho-ho. In which case, it definitely wouldn't go into the brights if that was the case, but I'm just gonna go by color since I have no idea what it actually is. We're doing really important things here. We're sorting our small form food based on the category. Savory, obviously, all your chips on the right side here. Right next to that is the bright sweets, and then the dark sweets, and then the meats. The meats as in, the dried meats. If only we could actually make these. Seeing as we can't, they are quite a rare thing. And then, of course, I got a billion other things over here that qualify as small form food, but just missed categorization because I'm a doofus. Like quagga cakes, what are those? That I'm imagining like ho-hos, but with caramel coating. Again, just going by the icon there. Ho-hos with caramel coating would be... Ooh, that's actually tough. That's tough. Oh, that's tough. I'm gonna call it a dark. I'm gonna call it a dark because we've got enough bright. I mean, what is caramel really? It's like, it's just like a pure sugar, pure melted sugar. Pork rinds and hard candies in here. Gum is ambiguous because gum can come in several flavors. Generally, most gum flavors are light or brights. Mint, I suppose, would fall under brights. Back at Riverside for a while there, I was putting cocoa powder in with the darks, but that filled it up really quickly. Believe it or not, I have mellowed out a lot when it comes to loot collection. This is very relaxed for me in terms of loot collection. You should see my other base. This fucking game. I'm just gonna put the rest of this in the corner here. Yeah, the rest of this is defies categorization minus that can of food there. Yeah, okay. And with that, we've successfully categorized everything 100%. All of the remaining garbage bags on the floor here are furniture. And I am very unconcerned about furniture at the moment. Now that it's been separated from the other stuff. Now there's a whole bunch of bottles of hair dye on the floor. Actually, okay. I said that I've sorted all of the bags of loot. There are a couple still in here, I think. Or was it in here, or did I put it? No, it's in here. The small backpack that I just picked up that's got some hair dye bottles in it. This van right here is my combat van, so it's not going to have a lot of loot in it in any case, pretty much ever. We mostly came back here initially to do a reforging, but it turned into a loot sorting operation when I saw the weather. I'm not going back out there and fighting in this weather. Fuck no. Not with how badly that's going to affect my aim. So basically, one of the reasons we've been stuck doing a lot of loot sorting is really just the weather. I don't know who Marianne Brown is, but she's got her own custom picture in the game here. I'm guessing a developer or one of the developers' wives, maybe. Not the most flattering picture, I might say. The lighting is very like, centered on the face. You'll see a lot of YouTubers these days, they'll have like those big old circular lights, and those specifically are designed to reduce the effects of bad lighting, because they like, they light the face from every angle so that there's no unflattering shadows. Here, okay, so this is more than a severe thunderstorm, because we had thunder and lightning yesterday too. It actually is possible. No, it's not possible that it would be a hurricane. If it was a hurricane, we would have fog as well. Yes, there are hurricanes in this game. I don't know if I'll use this wallpaper here, but this is the place I'll be most likely to use it. Now, I don't yet have a bag established of stuff that needs to go back to Riverside, but right now, this electric base, this black one here, the black electric base, that actually does need to go back to Riverside. One of my many hobbies in this game is collecting things that come in different colors. I have multiple red and blue bases. I do not have a black electric base yet back at Riverside. Very important things. Very, very important things. I can't stress how unbelievably important it is to have an electric bass that you can't even play in every possible color imaginable. So this backpack had already had a few colors of hair dye that I had not yet sorted into other containers. And I've simply continued that tradition here. Alright, we have done a great job. I'm going to reward our girl with some Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Okay, in this world they're called Roy's Peanut Butter Pucks, but you can tell when they are when the devs are going for a one-to-one. It's a little bit more subtle than when the 7 Days to Die devs do it, but I still appreciate it. Couple of MSR 700s that we picked up in here with the rest of them. Your rifle will make a fine addition to my collection. Now we got weeks left before we actually have to think about crop harvests. So our crops are coming along nicely, and there's nothing else to be said about that, really. All we've planted are potatoes and kale. After experiencing almost all the crops in this game, minus a few that I never experienced yet because of failed harvests, of all the functional ones that you can eat, kale and potatoes easily the best. Potatoes with their massively long shelf life, and kale with their massively long harvest period. Kale right now is so overpowered. You plant it in March, it grows, you harvest it, it regrows, you harvest it again, it regrows, you harvest it. You can harvest it multiple times between its growing phase of March through September. Like it's one of those things that lasts well into fall. And potatoes, of course, with their, you only get one harvest out of a potato plant, but the potatoes themselves just last so long that it's great. I love it. I do recall there being a couple Zeds on the road to the north there, so we may do a patrol at some point here. So something I've been doing in the background, I haven't really put a lot of thought into it all at once. I've been trying to find stuff that matches the wizard hat. Now the wizard hat, in my assessment, is a very close match for law enforcement blue. Problem is, we got an example of law enforcement blue right here, which is the bulletproof vest, the police bulletproof vest right here on the corner of this table. It's a little too saturated. And that really bothers me. It really bothers me because it doesn't match. The stars on the hat is just a little bit too bright, and the canvas, the blue, is just a little too saturated. And that sucks because I'm all about matching here. And if a hat like this doesn't match law enforcement blue, then it doesn't match anything that I would be able to wear as like a kit. But that's okay. We did our due diligence and investigated. I'm sure someday we will be able to actually dye the armor we make. Today is not that day. I'll help prevent this from filling up quite as quickly if I remember to keep this one here in the middle focused on armor. Maybe if I do accessories over here. I mean, I'm already doing firearm accessories over there. Might as well shift it to just accessories in general. Perfect. It's hard to deviate from the witch's hat because it actually matches the rest of my kit. If I had a mannequin right now, I would put the wizard hat on it. Just so that I have something standing there so that I can, anytime I get something that might be a potential match, I go over there and put it on it. Oh, I know exactly what to do with the wizard hat right now. I know exactly what to do with it. If I can't wear it, then my teddy bear can wear it. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Wizard Bear. Hell yeah. 100%. Game of the year right here. Game of the year. So that's everything sorted except for the hair dye and the furniture. And the hair dye, I kind of need to figure out after I get the rest of the hair dye back here. Fuck, did I leave the? Oh, it's in the trailer. It's in the trailer. I have a trailer slated for RTB back at my forward outpost. So, French bread outpost. That's okay. We don't need to worry about, like, we're not going to go back and get that or anything. That's just, I needed to know where it is, and now I know where it is. So, mission accomplished there. If I know where something is, it's almost as good as it being sorted. Now, this is Providence right here. I think the rain is finally easing up. Right as we are almost done. It'd be amazing if the rain was done by tomorrow. There's still paintings in the trunk of this one. We actually have a destination for those, though. If we take these with us here. This crate right here was slated for paintings. That leaves us with a spare painting. It is a 2-framer. Let's just put that in the bedroom, shall we? Ooh, now I gotta think about this very carefully. Public service announcement. Anytime you put down a wall decoration on a wall that you, the player, has built, if it is a wall that the player has built and it is a plastered wall, you gotta think very hard before you put wall decorations down because you might never be able to pick them up. And this is one of the paintings from the art museum. I don't know exactly 100% how I want this bedroom to look, so I'm not doing that yet. I'll just put them here. It's fine. I'm not going to hard commit to anything in that bedroom right now. It is not a final product. Hey, look at that. The rain just ceased and desisted. I actually don't 100% know what I'm doing with sacks right now because I have designated containers for them somewhere, but not elsewhere. In any case, let's gear back up. Gear back up and run a patrol. In totality, we have 32 garbage bags now. I think we had like 7 loose ones before. So that's 25 garbage bags right there that we have picked up in the process of cleaning shit up. I remember seeing one on the way down here, and I just completely ignored it because I was over encumbered. And when there's one, there's usually more than one. Hard-hitting wisdom you'll find here on this channel. I think here she is. Anyone else want to come join the party? That's what I thought. Come on out of them trees. Now, I know that there are some in the upper floors of some of these buildings, as you heard from the smacking, the door smacking. They can keep smacking. They've been smacking for ever since I got here. I'm not gonna babysit them. They want to break their way out of those rooms. Enjoy. Hello there. Now that is more like it. That's a respawn right there. That's a big respawn, actually. This is a full respawn for this area. I probably should have remembered this is Louisville. Wouldn't that have been a fun way to end things? A regular fucking patrol. I don't need to keep this road drivable. I don't know why it's force of habit, really. It's force of habit that keeps me trying to kill them so that they're not blocking the road. But there's literally no need. This road is not a commuting road. I don't know exactly how many of these would have been a threat to my driving path, but as you can see, they were close enough to base to be an irritation eventually. All they had to do was mosey a little ways down this way. Thanks to all the sweat, and sweat plus rain, we are actually quite soaked. Should have, oh yeah, we have many bath towels here. Always know where your towel is. Alright, I've been eating junk food for a little while now. I need to actually make something to eat. Use a little bit of canned food. I mean, I have a deep freezer filled with filled with kale here. But I'm not quite at the phase where I'm going to start eating that, so we're just going to crack open a little bit of this canned food. Couple cans of crap turn into some lovely stir fries. And all that shit I talked about the rain almost being done, nope. Came right the fuck back. That's unfortunate, but what are we gonna do about it? The sky is dropping no shooty juice, so we can't go shooting. Very delicious. It is a little bit early to go to bed, so I'm going to start doing something with this furniture. Honestly, if I just built a few more crates, I'd probably store all of it. Building crates is not too hard. I just got to go out and get the wood. Just get 2 shipments of 4 stacks of logs here. 2 big old trees. This is respawn territory up here, especially because I can't see very well between the trees, so gotta keep the head on a swivel. All right. What is that going to be? Two great big stacks. We're more or less doing furniture in this corner as well, seeing as there's a bunch of artwork in there. Artwork counts as furniture. So let's go ahead and build some more crates on this wall. Alright, it is our first bedtime, so we'll catch a sleep, and as an overnight activity, we'll finish up the furniture. I'm sincerely hoping that the rain goes away by tomorrow. We've had it for 2 days straight now. 2 days straight of no shooty juice falling from the sky. It is June 1st, 1995, so we are now officially 1 month away from the 2-year anniversary. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Okay, I see what's going on here. An item duplication glitch befell some of our stuff here. And so when you use item duplication glitches in this game, every item has a GUID. So if you actually try to put an item that was duplicated, if you try to put both items, say you take an item, you duplicate it, but then you try to put those two dupes into the same container, they merge back into one, because they're sharing a GUID, I think. And I completely forgot that one of the reasons it seems like we have so much office furniture, like we literally have twice as much as we should, because an item duplication glitch happened when we had a crash after we emptied out these garbage bags from our furniture transport. And right now, if the game crashes shortly after you modify a vehicle's inventory, then any changes to that inventory don't get written to disk. So that's one of the last item duplication glitches that's currently possible just by crashing the game. Don't know if the devs are going to fix that anytime soon, but hopefully. That'd be nice. They fixed everything else. Almost everything else related to item duplication glitches when it comes to writing changes to disk. That basically just every time an inventory is updated, it gets written to disk now. In my opinion, that's how it should have been from the very start. Better late than never. That is everything off of the floor, except for the dye. I'm not worried about the dye. Now here's something I don't mind if I accidentally place it incorrectly and have to delete it because it sticks to my wall forever. I am going to put some clocks down in the bedroom because why not? I have a lot of those. Or how about we start with mirrors? Yeah, we'll do mirrors, bedside mirrors. I am quite narcissistic, so it makes perfect sense to have multiple mirrors. It doesn't make quite as much sense to have multiple clocks, because I am not good at time management. Maybe we'll call it an investment in my future. Now that looks silly. I think clocks can be picked up. Okay, yes, clocks can still be picked up, thankfully. I wonder, is it the... I think if we put the clock down first and then the TV... Yeah. You can't put the TV first and then the clock, but you can put the clock and then the TV. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We are very reasonable here. And something I had been thinking about for a long time was turning that conveyor belt into an office. In that case, I would need, just 2 chairs for me and myself. I don't need one for me, myself, and I. Just me and myself. And we're about 20 minutes out from our second bedtime here. It's almost perfect. It is almost perfect. We've gotten everything sorted that I wanted to get sorted. All vehicles have been emptied. Yeah, we're good. Um, have a quick bite to eat. And yeah, 10 minutes early, we hit the sack. Now, you guys will have to forgive me. I had a very, very lazy start this morning. That's part of the reason that I got warmed up by doing a lot of loot sorting there, because, well, really lazy start this morning. In fact, so lazy that I hadn't updated the stream title. It is no longer day 684 and on. It is now... We're several days ahead of that. I'm so done doing the mental math on this that I've got a bookmark that automatically opens up the date calculator, starting from 7/9/1993, and now we are at 6/1/1995. Calculate duration 693 and onward. So stream title is increasing. Boom, updated. I am no longer giving fake news. And I do appreciate. I greatly appreciate my choice of words. Louisville shenanigans. That's what we're up to. Whether it means pipe bombs and killing hundreds of zombies in a matter of seconds, or sorting loot for the first hour and a half of your live stream, we have fun here. Very, very different types of fun, but fun. So. Yeah, we're fit to deploy. We're moving back up. We're going to shut the main generator off because it is no longer... It's basically just powering the floor lights at this point. This freezer right here has our first harvest of kale stored in it, but it is on a separate generator circuit from the floor lights and the main fridge. So the main generator goes off. And before I leave, I'm going to top up the freezer's generator. Now, why do I have a separate generator just for my freezer? To minimize consumption. Minimizes consumption. I can go for much, much longer without having to repair or refuel it by keeping its expenditure limited to just that freezer. I need to make sure that I repair it next time I come back, though, because it is, well, I mean, it's not, condition is not a problem unless it falls below like 20%, and it's currently at like 79%, so it's not a problem yet, but if we keep ignoring it, it will be, so I need to absolutely 100% fix it next time. So we are deploying further back up Louisville now. For anybody who may not be familiar, my general Louisville progression, we broke in through the military checkpoint, as one does, set up a base at just one of the first residences in Louisville here at Foxtrot Base over here on the Ohio River. Completely wiped out the hospital. That was a fun trip. Gas station up here, golf. Then we secured a supply line straight down South 1st Street after the first main intersection there. South 1st Street to Waverly right here. Waverly is where we get to our core base. This is our power center in Louisville. This is Jericho base. That's where I've been screwing around this whole time. From Jericho base, we've got gas station Lima there, and I built my own little custom road by breaking out of the corner of this residential neighborhood here. So this road we're about to drive north is a normal residential road, but then a road that we connected to the train yard. And then we go through the train yard and move up. This is where we start North 1st Street progression. Fighting position Zulu here. Spent a lot of time there. It's mostly clear now. We're just suppressing respawns. And it's the same deal for the phonetic fighting positions all the way up here. So Zulu, Yankee, X-Ray, all the way up to Wilco. That's all the fighting positions I had to build to probably about 100 hours worth of progression just down First Street here. I've been lazy with updating my live stream descriptions. For the longest time, our goal has just been getting to First and Main, because here's First and here's Main. We got there, and then we got past it, and now our forward outpost is French Bread. I couldn't think of a better name. French Bread is just it's a weird French store. It's got like a grocery store and a bakery shop and whatnot. Yeah, we crossed the Clark Memorial Bridge just for funsies, and then we saw how many respawns are in the new procedurally generated terrain, and I was like, nah. Procedurally generated stuff is neat. It's a cool technology. It doesn't generate towns. It's literally just infinite wilderness with a road, and zombie spawns are way too dense to justify that. There's literally no point. So from French Bread, we have been striking out to the east here. We have completely cleared all the way up to the Expo Center, and beyond the Expo Center, that's where things get a little hazy. And we've so far conducted one successful bombing against the Grand Ohio Mall, the corner groups. We have not even gotten to the parking lot yet. So the destination is the Grand Ohio Mall. I have no idea how much progress we'll make towards the Grand Ohio Mall this stream, especially considering we've had nothing but rain for the first, almost 2 hours now. So that's our general breakdown at the moment. We're moving back up, and we will see what weather permits. Now, rain has no bearing whatsoever on my ability to blow zombies up in a pipe bomb. It does, unfortunately, however, drastically reduce my accuracy with firearms. And so, I mean, it's not quite as noticeable from a distance. Yeah, it's not quite as noticeable, especially now that it's light rain. But, it just doesn't make sense to me to expend something that is a limited resource, ammunition, on zombies while my aiming is being reduced by the fucking weather. I'll just wait for better weather. Otherwise it feels like a waste of ammunition to me. That is the current paradigm that I'm operating under instead. But well, that's why I call the rain no shooty juice, because I don't. When we drink it, we don't do no shooting. This is massive respawn territory, but we have suppressed it quite heavily, so I don't expect too much resistance at this point. The worst of the respawns show up in the parking lot right here. And this is where South First Street actually starts proper, or sorry, North First Street. It does this weird, failure of urban planning thing where South First Street is where we started, fighting out of St. Peregrine's off of 31 West there. South First Street starts there, and then First Street deletes itself and splits off into these two stupid little side roads, and then 3rd Street over here. And then this is where North First Street actually starts. So South and North First Street are not actually connected. I cannot imagine what the through traffic must feel like right here. Just from an urban planning perspective. This tiny little road here, Station Link Road, that has got to be a nightmare to deal with. Just as you know, every once in a while I try to think about things as a civil engineer might, and civil engineer, urban planner, architectural designer. I don't have any background in those fields, but I can look at things from a distance and tell that some things are going to be easier than others. Don't got to be an expert to know that some shit's going to suck. And having I mean, just speaking as somebody who spent a lot of time in traffic. Having a 4-lane road, or a 2-lane road like this, 2 lanes in both directions, just having that elapse down to a single 2-lane road in the middle of an urban center like Louisville, absolutely disgusting. I've been thinking about, you know what, now that it's relevant, now that I've talked about it, let's just look at Louisville, Kentucky. as a map, don't it? Let's see how accurate Project Zomboid has replicated this. We're looking for 31 West. 31 West is going to be a... That's the Abraham Lincoln Bridge. Now, there's going to be multiple bridges, isn't there? No, just one major bridge. Or no. No, okay, there's two. Sherman Minton and... Oh no, here's 31. Okay, there's the Clark Memorial Bridge. Okay, so that is a real thing. I didn't know that. I-65 is not in-game. The JFK Memorial Bridge is not in-game. Interesting. Now that means that 31 should be right here, but it doesn't. 31 does not connect to 1st Street in real life the way it does in-game here. Oh, look at this. Okay, so here's 1st and Main IRL. There's 1st and Main IRL. There's 1st and Market, 1st and Liberty, and there's look at that in real life. 1st and South, 1st Street North and 1st Street South directly connect to each other. So this really is just the devs. And unless this, I'm sure things have changed since 1993. So maybe the devs did it accurate to how it was in 1993, but it ain't that way no more. So if nothing else, the point that I've made is accurate if we're talking about the way it used to be versus the way it is now. So there's no reason to have a tiny little road there connecting two main arteries. But we would have to pull up a map of Louisville from 1993 to actually see if the devs did it accurate. Believe it or not, I considered making a map for Project Zomboid based on where I grew up. I don't know if I ever will go through with that. Probably not, but it was a fun thought experiment. And in doing so, in my idea to do that, I actually pulled a whole bunch of maps of my local area from 1993. That was a fun thought experiment. I think I still have the maps, just like readily available. These are done charging. So this is just Reed Outpost. This is sort of a halfway point down North 1st Street. It is currently our furthest ahead generator base. I think I'm going to keep it that way. I don't consider French bread secure enough to be running a generator there constantly. So Reed is going to continue to be our strongest forward outpost in the dead center of the urban area here. Now, that being said, if it proves that Grand Ohio Mall is like being really obstinate and being really annoying to take over, I may establish a northeast Louisville base somewhere. Right, so Jericho, you could consider that a very strong power center in the southwest. It makes a lot of sense to me to have something in the northeast to, I guess, synergize with that. You know, synergize. Let's use the corpo scum language. That would synergize well. But just things to think about. If I see a base location that really sticks out to me, then and only then will I consider that thought any further. For now, I mean, this place took a lot of effort to put together. It didn't start out like this. We had to sledgehammer a lot of walls to make this place look the way it does. I only chose this place because it's got my surname on the front of it. All right. Okay. I made a slight mistake. Actually, I made a serious mistake. There was no... I should not have moved back up. Because if we look in the trunk here, broken sword times 4. There's 4 broken swords in the trunk here. I was supposed to fix those. I don't have a forge up here. My only forge in Louisville easily accessible right now is Jericho. I do have a forge. I have a forge further back at Foxtrot, but no, we have a forge at Jericho, and that's the only forge we're going to have for a while. So, yeah, we're going. Nobody accused me of being fully awake yet, and I am definitely not. Oh, but before I go back, I am going to take some of the stuff that I took out of the freezer. Yeah, I'm just going to take the perishables I took out of the freezer. I'm going to take those with me, so that I actually have something to eat that is not a non-perishable. I finally went loud on Steam discussions the other day, discussing about my concept of this game being a colony simulator without colonists. I didn't even check back to see if anybody replied to it, but I am happy to have finally put that idea out there. I've talked about it on stream before, obviously, but you know, when you stream for 8 hours a day and you say something, it kind of gets lost in the noise. That's why I repeat myself a lot. I'm sure you guys have seen it with other streamers, but and I also just have a really high audience turnover. There might be people who come by at certain times of day who won't hear things from other times of day. I've known that from the very beginning because I follow a lot of YouTubers who have to repeat things because they have people coming and going from the audience. It's an unfortunate part of the game. Not everybody can be Rush Limbaugh and have everybody, 100% of your audience, tuning in every single day. Those days are almost completely gone. There's just so much content for people to choose from nowadays. It's just, you know, it's a buyer's market really out there. That's a good thing, in my opinion. It increases competition, but it's also a bit. It's a good thing in some cases. It's also the reason you see so much clickbait these days. It being a buyer's attention market, I guess that's the best way to phrase it, an attention economy. Alright, so we power back up, toss stuff in the fridge for a minute, and we are going to have to go and do... we're going to have to chop some wood and then burn it at the charcoal burner so that we can reforge these swords. And that's probably going to... Honestly, it's going to take up the rest of the afternoon, and I'm still perfectly okay with that. Because even though it's going to take up the rest of the afternoon, well, rest of the afternoon while no shooty juice is falling from the sky, so, yeah. Threaten me with a good time. So, how do we get a bunch of, how do we get charcoal? Charcoal is easy peasy. We've got a supply line established for it. What I'm going to do first is just dismantle all of my swords. Oh, my current one is actually perfectly fine. So I need to not dismantle my current one. I'm very used to coming back here with, like, all of my swords busted up except for one. And then that one will be partially busted up and I can fix it too. But in this case, the one that's actually on my belt is in perfect condition. So, that's 4 swords to reforge. I'm just going to take all their blades and just put them on the ground up here, so that they are easily accessible when the time comes. But since we don't have enough charcoal, we take the charcoal carrying vehicle. Now, the perfect charcoal carrying vehicle, in my opinion, is actually a truck, an open bed truck. Unfortunately, I've not found very many open bed trucks that have good engines. I am a bit racist against low quality engines at this point. I am so done with sitting down in my vehicle and not being able to instantly turn it on. It's a very little known stat called engine quality. It is not engine condition, it is engine quality. And engine quality is what determines how often your vehicle just fails to start for no apparent reason. It took me a long time to know that. Longer than I would care to admit. So we will cut trees right here. Dump them right into the trunk once we finish cutting. I will not be fooled again by the rain stopping. I've been fooled 3 or 4 times already by this fucking rain. It stops and then it starts back up even faster than it did before. Alright, that's not like a full burn right there, but that is a fair bit. Now, I can't wait for the devs to nerf this. Right now, it's very easy to burn charcoal once you've got the wood cut. All you gotta do is stand in front of the charcoal burner and just click the burn charcoal button. That is definitely not tedious enough. That is going to get extremely much more tedious in the future. Okay, now I'm not entirely opposed to that. It's just, it's gonna get stupid is what it's gonna get. For all y'all watching, if anybody's into anime, Tanjiro from Demon Slayer, his family was like their entire profession for generations was charcoal burning. Because before modern industry, charcoal burning was something that cost a lot of time. Like, it literally would occupy somebody's entire livelihood to just burn charcoal properly all day. So, what that means is that this is a vector for the devs to add that, you know, the kind of realism that we really, really want in our video games. The reason I bring that up, of course, is because if the devs want to be really pedantic about it, they have a very big opportunity to do so here. Because if you want it hard, charcoal burning is actually one of those things that you have to keep an eye on it constantly. I don't really, you know, I've never done it in real life, but my general understanding is you have to let the wood burn in a certain way. You have to stoke it a lot. You have to keep it burning at a certain temperature. And just going by the precedent they've set with the drying racks, this part of the process is going to get a lot more tedious in the future. I mean, right now I sit down, I burn the charcoal, I put it in the van, and we're good to go. That is, I just going by Project Zomboid standards, that's way too easy. That's going to get harder. It's a question of how much harder is it going to get. I have many concerns in that regard. That's all I can say. That's all I can say there. I have many concerns. Remember, the general rule of thumb is that Project Zomboid is not tedious enough yet. It can always get more tedious. But this all goes back to my the point that I made earlier. This game is a colony sim with no colonists. The devs want this to be a rim world where you have a bunch of NPCs all over the place. You're constantly getting more of them, and they have their own skill sets. And the player doesn't rely on, you know, just one protagonist having all the skills. Which is exactly why, after 600 hours, we still don't have all of the skills maxed. That is by design. Again, we haven't changed any of the sandbox settings here. We're trying to keep it as close to the dev vision as I can stomach. The only thing that I will never stomach is playing the game without my stat bar. If they wanted to give me a game where I did not want to, or, you know, where it felt thematically appropriate to not have a stat bar, then none of this shit should be here. None of this. absolutely none of this should be here if they didn't want to show us our stats. But right now, no. We have a kill list. We have all of our traits. We have our weight. We have our skills. We have our health. We have our temperature. Our fucking body temperature. It'll show us our body temperature for every single part of our body. But it won't show us. It won't show us how tired we are to the number. I mean, I could ballpark you guys an estimate. I'm probably at I don't know, 35 fatigue IRL right now. I'm probably at 35 fatigue rate IRL right now because I'm a restless sleeper, and I only ever get one sleep every night. But I mean, you know, I understand the immersion argument. Don't get me wrong. I understand the immersion argument completely, and I'm not in favor of it. I just want it to be consistent, and it's not. It's horrifically inconsistent. If you want your immersion, then why the absolute fuck can we tell our weight anywhere we are? You guys want... I can tell you how fatigued I am way much easier than I can tell you how much I weigh. I weigh somewhere between 230 and 250 pounds. As for exactly what my weight, I don't fucking know, dude. I don't have a scale. I don't weigh myself every day. That's something the ladies do. I don't keep track of my weight, other than a range, right? I weigh myself when I visit the doctor every once in a while, and I keep in mind what the weight is. At that point, I'd be like, oh, that's a little high. I'll lose it. I'll increase my physical activity a bit. But no, it's the fact that we get some numbers but not others. I can't stomach that. I will play this game with a stat bar, and I will never not play it with a stat bar. But I have mentioned that many times. I just think it bears repeating. We have gotten ourselves a couple of really nice stir fries out of that. I'm really enjoying the beef, kale, egg paradigm right now. That's a very nice, reproducible thing we can have. I mean, Athena doesn't seem like she's ever not going to be stressed to death, so we have another cow that's slated to be butchered in the future here, so that's more beef coming up. Well, she's a Holstein cow. The last cow we butchered was a Simmental. Holstein cows give a lot of milk, but probably not very much beef. I actually couldn't tell you for sure. I haven't butchered a Holstein cow in a very long time, because they're way too useful for their milk. But anyway, we put 4 sword blades on the ground, and that is in addition to, like, what, 3 others? Just 2 others. So we have a total of 5 swords that we can reforge right now. So what we want to do is, trunk is already open. We just want to make sure that we're standing within range of the crate, the trunk, and the forge, which is, I'm in the correct spot right now. Sometimes it's a little hard to stand in the right spot, but the crate contains all of my miscellany, and the tools are in these bags on top of it. And then the ambulance has got my charcoal, and then the forge obviously is the workbench itself. So that's a little optimization routine I like to do. The only way that it could get better, as I mentioned before, is if the ambulance was instead one of the fire trucks with the open back. Right, because if you have a truck with an open bed, you can access the trunk of that truck from a much wider surface area. The ambulance, because we can only access it from behind, like here. That's a little bit less convenient, despite the higher storage size. I would much prefer to have a truck than an ambulance, despite the change. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and reforge all 5 of these sword blades on the floor here. Just want to make sure that we've selected sword blade as the ingredient. Bring it all the way to 5, and fast forward. This is going to take quite a while, probably the rest of the evening. It's actually perfect timing, to be honest. We didn't lose too much by prematurely returning to Outpost. So there's all 5 sword blades have been reforged. We just got to slap handles on them. I keep a bunch of handles on the floor, so that is easy peasy. And now we have 5 blunt swords. We go over to the grindstone and turn them into actual swords ready to be used. Now, something that is currently going on... Oh no, I can't complain about that. The crafting menu, as of the latest hotfix, has stopped selecting things automatically, and I found it very useful when it selected things automatically. So I don't know who was asking for that change, but it definitely wasn't me. All right, we're looking good back here. We're looking really good. I probably should start using the Desert Eagle at some point here. I loaded a bunch of Desert Eagle magazines, and I haven't really found a niche for it, though. Desert Eagle is the same caliber as the 44 Magnum, and both of those use a 44 Magnum rounds, which are only 20 to the box. Generally speaking, in the game right now, you have a similar chance of getting all types of ammo in ammo loot containers. However, some ammo boxes have 50 shots, while others have like 20. It is 308 and 44 have only 20 in them. Shotgun shells have only 25, but honestly, because you can kill anywhere between 1 and 5 zombies with a single shotgun shell, shotgun shells, you can't really quantify them against other bullets. It is theoretically possible to get a double kill with a rifle. A rifle 308 or 556, those will both over-penetrate. I've seen it happen a few times. I don't know if I've ever actually gotten a double kill from it, though. Because almost every time what I'll do is I'll shoot one zombie in the head, the bullet will go through and hit another zombie in a non-lethal location and knock them down. So generally with rifles, you'll get one of them, you'll get your main target killed, and then a secondary target will get knocked down. That's been my experience so far with rifles and multi-hits. So all guns are theoretically multi-hit weapons. It's just, for anything but the shotgun, you're going to have to get stars aligning for it to actually give you a multiple kill. At this point, I only deploy the shotgun when I see an opportunity to get at least a double kill. Or when I'm impatient. That happens sometimes too. In terms of overall ammo supplies, we're great. We are actually really good right now. Fixing those swords up took less time than I thought it would. I thought that would take the rest of the evening. I am perfectly okay with the fact that it didn't. Especially because the rain has cleared up. Especially because of that. One objectively useful moment for the light bar. Right now, lighting is so broken with vehicle headlights, you can't even fucking see it in the dark. Like in pitch dark. But with a light bar, you can. I eagerly await the day. Eagerly. Await the day where we can convert light bars, like, you know, the actual lights. All I want to do is just slot some bright halogen lights, just bright white halogen lights in all of these, and make them just stay on instead of blinking. Just an omnidirectional source of light. I would be about 2% happier overall IRL, just with my entire life. Just 2% happier if we could do that with ambulances. That is one of the first things I would do in a situation like this, where ambulances would be a very useful resource IRL. Just because, well, you can't afford to keep a hospital safe. An ambulance is like a hospital on wheels. Not that you would want to do surgery in it, but if you had to, it's a hell of a lot better than a tent. Well, okay, you know what? I take that back. I mean, I don't have a medical background, so I'm just talking out my ass here, but I'm thinking about it in terms of a controlled environment. An ambulance does constitute a very controlled environment, but it doesn't have a lot of room. I think surgery, you actually need to have a lot of room, like, you know, a lot of real estate to move around the patients and whatnot. Any brain surgeons in the audience, let me know if I'm on the right track with that. I assume that ambulances are very tight, and that, yeah, the real estate question might even... Oops. I actually hit you. That makes me wonder if you could like convert a semi-truck into a field hospital and actually have enough room in there to perform surgery. Semi-truck, like one of those big climate controlled ones, like for moving groceries or something. Imagine a semi truck with a light bar on it. We've got one. We've got a light bar on our step van right here. It's not actually on there. We use the 3D placement system because recently they actually introduced 3D models for the light bars. Trust me, I absolutely would put a light bar on my on all of my vehicles if I could. I would do that in a heartbeat, just because, I don't know, I like it. The siren is really useful, and even the light is useful at this point. Oh, okay. I'm an actual literal idiot. I brought perishable food down to Jericho and left it in the fridge because I thought that... I'm sorry, guys. I know this is, I know that you guys are here for something ever so slightly more engaging than driving back and forth. But because I am still not 100% awake yet. I know some folks are just here for the yap. I got a lot of that. I've got a lot of yap. If you guys are here for the gameplay and the yap, then that's what we got. That's what we do best here. If you're here for one of them, I try to give you a balance. If you're here for neither, well, I apologize for your loss, because that's all I got right now, at least. If you're here to learn things about the game, I do try to just brain dump what I do, because I know that a lot of folks have been able to learn things. I'm a big advocate of learning things. I am learning things all the time. Woe betide the day I stop learning things, because that will be a sad day indeed. See, although I complain about having to go back and forth, but honestly, having cleared all the zombies out of the way, it's not that bad. It really is. It's really not that bad. As long as we don't have any Zeds to deal with. We've got a nice big open road. Not too many corners to turn because I optimized the road very nicely. Oops. Obviously, before I forget, is there anything else I want to grab while I'm here? I'm really good on cookware and non-perishables. My farthest forward outpost right now, my farthest forward base, is actually currently located in a grocery store. So there's a bunch of non-perishables at my farthest forward base that I have not even brought back with me. I do not plan on planting anything. I just kind of wanted to consolidate my seeds here. See, all these wheat seeds, we have 150 wheat seeds. We don't have to plant any of those. Wheat seeds are actually what you use to turn around and make things like flour. I've never actually planted hemp before. That's kind of a meme, but it's, hey, I mean, if we're still around in September of this, in-game, yeah, if we're still around in September, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't really need anything from here. I will take this box of sparklers for the memes. Boxes of sparklers are your linchpin material if you want to make an aerosol can bomb. If you have a lot of aerosol cans, but you don't have any boxes of sparklers, which that's been my reality for a very, very long time. Well, all you get to do is look at all those aerosol cans that could have been bombs and aren't. I do have some spare armor here. I don't need it right now. I've got a full kit of armor if I feel like using it. There's nothing stopping me from learning long blunt. I could learn long blunt if I want to. I've got a very neat-looking scrap metal Morningstar here. It's one of the best long blunts until you get to just a straight-up mace. I don't know. I'll take it with me. Worst case scenario, I just don't use it. Because at this point, you know, I'm not the kind of guy to just generally level skills just so that the big number goes up. I'll level a skill if it's useful to me. And actually, there is a very small niche where long blunt is actually very useful to me, and that's that I can sledgehammer, I believe, I can sledgehammer more often without getting as much muscle strain. I think your muscle strain buildup when you're sledgehammering walls with the sledgehammer is actually directly correlated to your skill in long blunt. And because my skill is 0, I can only do like 2 walls of sledgehammering before I am like in yellow muscle strain, which is ridiculous, but I guess it makes sense if you're gonna gate it by skill. Curious where these guys were for the past several days. We've had a generator running on top of our base for, you know, almost a week now. But that's okay. I'm not, they want to appear out of nowhere, then they'll disappear into nowhere. Alright, moving back up now. And for good this time. We unironically are done now. Promise. If I realize I forgot something else, then fuck it. It can't possibly be that important at this point. This may be the last time for a little while. No, it's not. I'm used to this being the only infinite source of water that I drive past for a while. But since we're going all the way up, our forward outpost at the far north next to the Clark Memorial Bridge, well, that's right on the Ohio River, and it's got a infinite water fountain right there. Louisville isn't exactly rife with sources of infinite water like that one right there we drove past. And so I'm actually kind of conditioned to, if I feel like it, if I feel like taking a bath, that's my infinite water bathtub right there. We're about, I don't know, 30 minutes out from sleep. Let me get those perishables put in the fridge. And the sparklers and glue. I did pick up some glue while I was back there at base. I didn't mention it, but this glue is for the bomb making kit. Glue and duct tape are a couple of linchpin materials for making remote bombs specifically. You need glue to put together a remote trigger for your bomb. Remote trigger is what turns it from a regular, like, throwable bomb into a bomb that you can use with one of the remote detonators. The remote detonators, I've made a few, I don't need to make any more for now. But the remote triggers, which is, you know, the receiver that you put on the bomb to explode it. You need to make a new one every time you make a bomb, obviously, so the triggers cost glue. And then to put the trigger onto the bomb, it takes duct tape. So basically, every time you want to make a remote bomb, a little bit of glue, a little bit of duct tape. I mean, other things, obviously, electrical parts and a radio receiver, that's not a problem. We've got 48 receivers, 135 scrap electronics. That will probably never be a problem when compared to duct tape and glue. We've got a couple tubes of glue in here and a couple tubes of glue in our mobile bomb making kit. But in totality, it's definitely glue and duct tape that are the most at risk. I still haven't used a smoke bomb yet. I picked up a couple... okay, there's another thing that is a linchpin material. If you want to make a smoke bomb, that's a cold pack. That's the only way to do it right now. Cold packs you can find in, like, first aid kits and ambulances and... yeah, basically just general first aid loot tables. We've got way more than 6, but that's what we've got in the bag right now. So if smoke bombs prove to be extremely useful, yeah, sure, we can make a few more of them. But my prediction about how smoke bombs work is that they just serve as like a tactical way to get yourself a line of sight blocker just right away. So you throw smoke, you run through the smoke. The zombies that are chasing you will lose direct line of sight of you. So let's just say that I'm running down this street right here, and there's a billion zombies coming down from the north. If I were to just throw a smoke bomb right here, and then get to the other side of the wall of smoke, and then just take a turn, the zombies will not see me make that turn, and most of them will continue going in the direction they last saw me go in. Those are the ones with the higher attention spans. The lower attention span ones, they'll just stop as soon as they lose line of sight of me. So I'll use I usually just use the environment for line of sight. But I could think of a few niche scenarios where I would kill to have some line of sight just out of nowhere. The problem is, you can't, you gotta reach into your bag, grab the bomb, equip it in your primary hand, and then throw it. I can't just, put a bomb on my belt. Man, wouldn't it be cool if I could do something else with one of these slots? Like the backpack bottom slot that I can currently only put a fucking sleeping bag in. Why can't I put something else there, I don't know, a bomb storage unit? I would, because, right now, why do I need a slot for that? Why do I need a slot for that? Why would I need to quickly equip my sleeping bag? That never should have been a slot. I don't know exactly why it was ever made one. I think that's like an artifact from one of the mods. Mods go crazy when it comes to adding slots. Modders' first joy in this game is discovering how easy it is to make new slots. And then you realize how much work it is to actually make that slot function with everything. Because the vanilla items can only go in specific types of slots. One of the more popular things that more experienced modders will do is take a back slot and slap it onto a backpack. I'm a big fan of that. I wish that was a base game thing. If I could have a shotgun on my regular back slot and then a shotgun on an expanded backpack slot, yes, please. And where are our gun holsters? Everybody who's played Red Dead Redemption knows that John Marston carries around his rifles on a little holster on his back, like a back holster, as it were. Fuck are those? I want those. I want one of those. And I would like for it to be separate from my other back slot, but, well, this is Project Zomboid. We get what we get. And we mod what we don't get, right? Not gonna lie, I do eagerly await the day that B42 is actually stable. I've spoken about this before, but it may actually be the case that when B42 is stable, I might not have much opportunity to play it. My current theory is that the devs have openly stated that they're working on B42, as we see, but they've also got half the team working on B43 at the same time. So B43 is being worked on right now. It's just nothing they're working on is something they're willing to put out there for the rest of us. For whatever reason, they're stickler about random things. I'm okay with that, but what I think that's going to manifest in is at some point B42 is going to go stable, and they might go straight to B43 unstable at that point. So those of us who like B43 or B42. Let's just say you like B42 with a certain set of mods, and the updates keep breaking those fucking mods. You guys, if you're in that situation, you're going to be real happy when B42 goes stable, because then all the modders who make your B42 mods can finally make a final B42 version. The only thing is, I think, based on the fact that they're doing a parallel development scheme, they might go right to unstable for B43. as soon as B42 unstable is done. Just a theory, and that is probably a little bit of hopium right there. You know, that's probably like the same kind of hopium that's being huffed by the folks who think Half-Life 3 is going to come out with the GameCube. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying it's a little hopium, guys. It would be an amazing thing. I'd love to see it. I'm not gonna get hyped for it though. I have learned my lesson when it comes to getting hyped for something that Valve does. For Valve, it is much better to just be very pleasantly surprised when they actually do something. Don't actually hope for them to do something. You'll be very disappointed. Oh, you know what? Let's make ourselves another noisemaker. Let's make another noisemaker. We have one right now. It's currently deployed, though. I don't think we have been able to recover it, and even if we have, it would be better to have another one. So we just made a noisemaker, and we made a remote trigger. And now noisemakers are just like bombs. You can use the same recipe to add a remote trigger to it. So we just put together ourselves another noisemaker with a remote trigger. And what I'm going to do is go into my explosives bag. And not find my detonators. Where are my detonators right now? What did I do with them? Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. Huh. What would I have done with those? Now, I have remote control. I have other remote controllers. But I had two. And I literally don't remember what I did with them. That's unfortunate. I guess I'll take the two that I haven't been using. Okay, so I now have remote controller here on channel 27,000, 27,100. That is my new noise generator channel, so I'll put those two in there. And then I have a separate remote controller that hasn't even had a channel set yet. I'm going to put that in there, and that will be my bomb channel when the time comes for that. I'm going to start carrying around that smoke bomb instead of leaving it back here. If I get an opportunity to use it, I will. Now, I do have 4 boxes of sparklers, so if I wanted to, I could whip together a couple of aerosol can bombs. The thing about aerosol can bombs, they are basically a halfway point between pipe bombs and fire bombs. Pipe bombs produce no fire, but just, a big wide blast that blows away all the zombies within range. Aerosol can bombs do a similar explosion that wipes out zombies in range that also sets tiles on fire. So my general principle is I'm not going to use a firebomb anywhere where, zombies are liable to wander around and end up close enough to a building to set it on fire, unless I really don't care about those buildings. Hey, KTO, how's it going? We had a pretty slow start today, but I think we're getting underway now, finally. I appreciate everybody sticking around during the low phase. Yeah, we are big fans of pipe here. Now, unfortunately, that was the hardest. Pipe bombs was the single hardest recipe for me to unlock on this character. It was more than 400 hours into this character before we actually unlocked the recipe to build pipe bombs. That may have been a glitch, to be honest, because we got like 5 or 6 copies of every other magazine in the game, except for a specific version of Cheapskate John's Spiral that teaches the recipe for pipe bombs. I think there's just something wrong with the spawn tables on that magazine. I don't think it's supposed to be that rare. The only reason we have the recipe right now is because we got really lucky and found a survivor vehicle with a pipe bomb in it, and we were able to right-click on the pipe bomb itself and research the recipe from it, reverse engineer it basically. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that right now. It was definitely worth it. Like, I'm really happy we found it. But I think it was a little harder to find than it should have been. Like, you know, even going by Indie Stone standards, which are insane. Yeah. Yeah, that actually is something that I need to get better at, is making sure to check all the vehicles that I see. Especially, at least heavy-duty vehicles. Because non-heavy-duty vehicles are very rarely going to have the kind of loot tables that I'm very interested in. But heavy-duty vehicles are... Well, I should look at them the way I look at houses with boarded-up windows, right? They are a chance for really cool things. Now, normally I will carry around a mace because I'm a short blunt specialist. But I am going to try slapping this mace head here on a long handle. Because I want to investigate what level 0 long blunt with the best in slot long blunt weapon feels like. Why not, right? Maces are best in slot for both long and short blunt. And you can take the same mace head, just slap it on a different handle, I believe. Oh yeah, absolutely. It breaks my soul a little bit every time I have to smash a window just to unlock a vehicle. Okay, we have a long mace now. I think I'll start using long blunt during, like, patrols, for example. I'll use long blunt during patrols, and just kill, you know, individual or small groups of zombies, and then obviously stick to long blade for, actual fights. But I would like to have a few skill levels in long blunt so that I don't have to wait as long between sledgehammer uses. That'd be nice. That'd actually help me build up field bases like this one that I'm in right now. Help me build them up a little faster. Bleeding to death just to find a CD and tissues. Yep. Okay, so the rain is done. The rain is done, but look at what we got today. Thanks, Zomboid. We went from no shooty juice to no shooty gas. Zomboid has been drowning us in the no shooty stuff this morning. That's okay. I'm not going to let that stop me. In fact, I'm going to let that inspire me to build a couple more pipe bombs. Right now, we actually have one leftover remote pipe bomb from our secondary operation yesterday. Yesterday's live stream, part 67 was yesterday. Part 67, we did 2 big pipe bombings. The first one went off great. We used a little too much pipe bomb, though. I got the feeling in my head that we could get away with fewer pipe bombs. So what I did was, I tried to use 3, and I ended up having to do a panic detonation, and I later on realized I only actually used 1. So I'm actually kind of reassessing a little bit how much pipe bomb I actually need. I don't think it's quite as much. If I'm using a light bar to attract zombies, I don't think I need more than 1 pipe bomb. I'm going to see what I can do with just 1. Is it June or February? It is currently, it's currently June. Yeah, we do the silly, the silly put month before day, formatting here, because, well, I'm a doofus. Actually, can we even change that? I know we can change, the time. Hey, we can! Look at that! Look at that! We can do what the rest of the world does. That's cool. I could do Celsius, too. That would also... No, I'm usually partial to freedom units. But I'm always cool with learning new things. And this would actually help me learn a few things. Oh god, yeah, no, fog is stupid, in this game. Fog is like almost completely detached from the weather. It's rather silly how detached fog is from the weather. Those perishable food items that I was carrying around, I put them in the freezer instead of the fridge. Oops. That's okay. I'll just take them back out of the freezer. Okay, so we are going to make... we've got the reason I brought up yesterday's pipe bomb activities is that we've got one pipe bomb right now. I'm only going to make 2 more right now because I'm going to try to see exactly how many I can get with just one pipe bomb. I was definitely overusing them, like using more than one when I probably didn't need to. So I'm gonna try going the opposite direction. I'm gonna see just how many Zeds I can get with just one pipe bomb explosion. For that, I've already got a whole bunch of iron pipes right here. I'm gonna open another box of 45 auto because that's still my most plentiful caliber. And we're gonna rip open 20 bullets of 45 auto. I actually do. I use kilometers everywhere I can right now because that's something more relevant to my book. The book I've been writing, I don't talk about it too often on stream because it's very high fantasy, high science fiction sort of thing. Doesn't often have relevance to zombie media, but it is, when I say high fantasy, it takes place on another planet 8 million years ago with no contact with humanity. So there's literally no reason to use anything human related in the measurements, but obviously I have to make it readable to people. So there's a balance I'm trying to strike there. So I do use kilometers, and part of the reason for that is in the lore, the people that the language, their native language, uses as a unit of measurement. It uses a mathematically perfect method of calculating Planck units at macroscopic scales. So right now we've got Planck units. They're a real thing, like natural units, but they don't scale well because there's a couple of things that we don't yet have mathematically perfect formulas for, like the fine structure constant. I think the fine structure constant is what's preventing us from using natural units at macroscopic scales. That's just part of the sci-fi lore of my series. The people in my universe have a mathematically perfect source of calculating the fine structure constant, so they can use natural units. Now, that being said, I think you can adapt the kilometer. You can adapt the kilometer to a macroscopic natural unit, because the kilometer right now is based on a what was it? The speed of the distance speed the distance or sorry, it's based on something that it's related to the speed of light. I would have to look at my notes to remember it. I'm not a physicist. I researched all this just for the fun of it and to understand it, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to be able to memorize it because I'm not a physicist. Yes, Planck. Well, no, Planck is the smallest. I think it, with a couple of exceptions, I think it is I think there are some biggest ones. I don't remember any of the biggest ones off the top of my head. I want to say it has something to do with electricity, but I can't. Don't quote me on that. Didn't look too deep into that. We did one pipe bomb. We're doing a second one now, and then we slap another trigger on it. But yeah, the Planck is generally the smallest units, and it is the smallest units because if you try to go any smaller, quantum mechanics comes in and kicks your door in and steals your lunch, bullies you like the little bitch you are. A lot of people have a silly understandings of quantum mechanics because of pop culture, but it is 100% correct to say that we don't fully understand it yet, and therefore the people who are making weird shit up about it, well, they're only slightly less correct than the people who are trying to make computers based on quantum mechanics. So far, my understanding is the best we've gotten for quantum computing is a quantum computer that spits out numbers. Whether those numbers are actually something that can be error corrected into something that is actually useful, we'll let Google figure that out. Google's got the budget for it. I know Intel was working on something. Intel can barely stay financially solvent right now, so I don't think they're going to be doing any. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think everything done by Intel related to quantum computing is a fucking is just a fucking a stock market ploy. Because I think Intel, one of their only, I mean, obviously, you know, Intel, they make processors. And a lot of people who play this game will play it on an Intel CPU. But I think Intel, because Intel is not going to be able to recover any footing in the AI race, Intel's big investor target to get that investment money, one of their last real vectors for that is going to be breaking ground into quantum computing. And okay, I've got things to say about quantum computing. They're not things that people are going to want to hear because it kind of dispels the fantasy a little bit. So right now, the most relevant thing that I can say with quantum computing is if we had a functional quantum computer, there is an algorithm we could run on it that would eliminate a lot of RSA-based encryption. Shor's algorithm. I don't know all the math behind it, obviously, but I know the general the general understanding that I have is that Shor's algorithm is a method of testing for prime numbers, I think, and because RSA encryption has a lot to do with counting primes, it can be kind of trivialized if you've got a computer that can just belt out 1 billion primes every couple seconds or whatever the exact scaling factor that makes quantum computing much better is the that's one of its strengths. That being said, quantum computers will not do certain things that binary computers do. Certain things that binary computers, like we're working with right now, binary computers will be better at certain things forever. There are certain things quantum computers will never do better than binary. And that's just because it has something to do with bits versus qubits and processing certain types of information. Of course, there's a big hype about AI. Last I checked, Python still runs on CUDA. And I don't think NVIDIA has developed a quantum version of CUDA yet. So it's all fucking smoke as far as I'm concerned. I would believe it. I'd believe it. I mean, isn't SHA-2 already pretty weak? I think my own router uses 512. Although I don't know if the number, I don't even know exactly the implications of the number next to SHA. So I just know that big number get bigger. Big number get bigger. Don't say that too loud, you'll give NVIDIA marketing ideas. Yuda. Oh man. I can't wait for NVIDIA to start dipping their toes into quantum, because right now Microsoft did a big ol' investor pitch about quantum AI. The only reason I know about this pitch is because CS188 made a YouTube poop of it, and it was really fucking funny. I laughed really hard at that because it's not just the sentence mixing and the usual video editing humor. It's also the fact that he's making fun of people trying to blow smoke up their asses when it comes to combining the AI hype and the quantum computing hype. You see, the AI hype is actually producing results. So the AI hype is currently 1 billion times more popular than the quantum computing hype. Because the last I checked is that the best quantum computer that Google could put together is currently in the stage where it's just shitting out a bunch of numbers. Now, that being said, technically speaking, that's all a computer needs to do. That's all a computer needs to do. Everything you're looking at right now is the results of a binary computer shitting out a bunch of numbers and error correcting itself enough to be actually relevant. So I can't say that that's not an actual achievement, so to speak. Now I use the word error correcting a lot. That's a bit of a dog whistle to the folks who are red pilled on quantum computing. Quantum computing, as far as I understand it right now, the technology would have to have a quantum leap in order to overcome the error correcting threshold. Like there's so many errors that are produced right now with the methods we're trying to use to do quantum computing, that if the sheer amount of force or the sheer amount of processing power you would have to dedicate to error correction would probably make it so that you're still better off just using binary. But fuck do I know, right? I don't know the math behind it. I never will. I'm not a math brain guy. I understand concepts and that's it. Even saying that I understand concepts might be a slight stretch. Coding for qubits. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, obviously, how do you write code in such a way that... Oh, okay, so coding, right? Coding, what is that? That's just using human understood language to write, that gets compiled into assembly code, or compiled into something that's executed like assembly code. What does your assembly code look like for qubits? What are your pops? What are your RSIs? What are your jumps? What the fuck does a jump look like? What does the memory addressing look like? God, I'm just trying to think about what I understand about binary computing, which I don't really. I don't do software development. I do software undevelopment. NDAs and whatnot. I can't talk all specifically about it. I do spend a fair bit of time in IDA sometimes, working with the blue team to pull apart code and analyze what it does. I wish I did more of that in my day job. Sometimes my day job is just helping Grandpa figure out his fucking iPhone. But yeah, I've dipped my toes into that, and just my general understanding, all of my general understandings about memory addressing and assembly code and instruction sets, all that gets thrown out the window. It has to be base 8, huh? Well, now how do you reckon? So this is just a silly little brain thing of mine. I was always under the impression that because you could quantify, you could make sense of quantum mechanics if you used rotation, particle rotation. So if that was the case, could you do base pi computing? Because if you could do base pi computing, then you could do, the fundamental thing about quantum computing is you're looking at the positions of the position of particles. So if you wanted to do something based on that, particles have both a position and a spin. Well, okay, no, not spin in this case. Spin is intrinsic to the particle. But I don't know how the position actually works, whether it's like XYZ position or rotation-based position. Oh no, I would never rather stream professionally. And I mean, like, what does that really mean, right? By stream professionally, do you mean like how a news outlet would do it with the? No. And I mean, like, do you mean how like a Twitch streamer would do it, like Asmongold or Hassan Piker? I would not want to do what either of them do, ever, because what they do really is their entire brand is built on. But I mean, they're both React streamers, right? At the end of the day, like the biggest streamers right now, the biggest names and streamers, who I guess would say are professionals, they're all they're React streamers. They read things, they react to them, they give their hot takes. I'm not beyond that. I mean, I wouldn't mind reading stuff and giving them a hot take. I wouldn't want that to be everything, though. I would not want to wake up every morning and just be like, yeah, I'm gonna read stuff and react to it and give my hot take all day. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, obviously there's a little bit of that I wouldn't mind doing, but I don't want to do it for a living. And I mean, like, I've already said that before. I don't want to do streaming as a living. But the question, of course, always is how far do I want to take the hobby, right? Right now, I've gotten it so streamlined that it only took me about 10 minutes to get everything set up before the stream today. That was almost a personal record for me. I've condensed everything to a set of PowerShell scripts, right? If I let's just say that all the windows on my screen disappear, right? No more whatchamacallit, no more camera feeds, no more whatchamacallit, no more chat window. Where's my chat window? Here it is. So no more chat window, no more live camera feeds. I've condensed everything to a series of PowerShell scripts. I open my PowerShell console with WinV and I type PZ feed, and look at that, it opens FFplay with my camera feeds. The only thing I would want to do is make them transparent, so I click on them, and Win-Alt-1 is my auto-high-key script to make the window slightly transparent. And then I have a script to pull the chat. Basically, I copy the studio URL for my live stream, and then I type the word chat, and it just opens a window. It just opens a window in Mozilla Firefox borderless, and it's interactable right now. I don't want that. I want to be able to click through it. So I set it to live chat because fuck the top chat thing, and then I set Win Alt 1 to make it transparent, and then PZ Chat is the script that will make it so that I can click through it. And then I just need to make sure that it is on top of the window. Where is it? Here you are. Control or Win Alt 4 to be always on top. Damn it. Like I said, I've gotten it down so that this oh no, PowerShell is beautiful, dude. I would recommend it to anybody, not just a programmer. The last one is PZ Frames, and that just, what that does is it makes it so I can click through all of my all of these windows. If I wanted to, I could minimize Zomboid and right-click, just right-click through these windows. Remember, I don't like having my cameras on OBS, so every time you see something on my screen, it's because it's actually on my screen. Like, I can see my ugly face just as well as you guys can, for better or for worse. But yeah, like, the whole reason I talk about that is because I've streamlined, at least Zomboid specifically, I've streamlined getting started here into just, you know, opening a couple of windows and clicking a couple things in YouTube and typing a few commands in my PowerShell. The PowerShell scripts are just part of a little library I created. Back in the day, I found this script by a guy called Bo He made a little thing called set window. And ever since I discovered the joys of being able to manually set XY coordinates for my windows on screen, so that was like the pebbles falling before an avalanche. Because where is it? If I go to C, then set win, and I open that up. The first thing in the library is set window, forked from Boprox on GitHub. That's the first one, and then it just goes crazy from there. I've got some scripts that automatically download something from YouTube, invoking a program that I'm not allowed to mention out loud on stream. I could actually get the stream taken down if I explain exactly what this is. That's highlighted on stream right now. YouTube really does not like this program. Do not look at what's on the screen right now. Do not Google it. Do not look it up. Yeah, it's whatever. But yeah, I just an automatic script to download a video, to download just the audio from the video, to launch Steam chat. I want to stream on Steam someday, but it's really hard right now. The Steam Valve is not good at doing things up to the industry standard. And then, of course, these are all just, like this, for example, this will set Terra Invicta and everything else to the correct locations on stream, on my screen, rather. Multi-client and Ragnarok. That reminds me, I did multi-boxing in World of Warcraft back in the day. That was a lot of fun. This is back in, it was still Burning Crusade. And a whole bunch of my buddies wanted to get progression for the Sunwell event, but they didn't want to log in every single day and do all the dailies. So I had this little thing with them, right? I'll do the dailies on your characters, but you got to give me the gold from the quests. And so I would multi-box like my character and like 3 other characters at the same time, just to get all the daily quests complete, and then I would keep the gold for myself, and their characters would get the progression. It was great. Amazing to hear that somebody who's an actual human works at Google. I didn't know they still had humans. From most YouTubers' perspectives, you would be surprised if there was another human working at Google. That's not too awful bad. 3 shots to kill a zombie. And the funniest part that I find about World of Warcraft, and I think this holds true to this day, don't quote me on this, but the devs and like the admins, nobody ever cared if you were multi-boxing, even if you got unfair advantages from it, they just cared if you were automating it. So those people who would play 4 shamans at once and one-shot people by having 4 chain lightnings cast on the same target, that fucking... Apparently that has always been kosher, as long as you're not doing something to, like, automate it without human input. Like, the simple fact that it's been just one person controlling all 4 by echoing the keyboard, that's never been against terms of service. It's only just been trying to automate them. Just, you know, full-on botting instead of partial botting. And I guess the reason for that has been because they don't want to, or they're perfectly fine for one person having like 4 or 5 subscriptions for them in their alts. They just don't want bots to even be subscribers, I guess. I don't know. I just found that really amusing. Now, whenever you're learning a new weapon skill, this is my first time using long blunt for more than like 1 or 2 kills. Whenever you're learning a new weapon skill, pay very close attention to your stamina, because that's one of the biggest problems at low-level skills. Your stamina will blow up and your muscle strain. I'm not too worried about muscle strain because I got high fitness and strength, but stamina is another question. If I run out of stamina, that will affect much more than my combat effectiveness with blunt. No strain yet, which is good. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like I always hated it when I would get, you know, I would run into a battleground and one of those fucking 4 shaman groups would 4 sham groups would come at me. But then I would be like, you know, I kind of respect the skill. That makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. If I had a plank, I would probably just turn it into a baseball bat, because I can carve level 10 carving. I can make baseball bats just whenever I have a plank. Oh, never mind.
Hey!
See if I can pull some of those guys out. Oh, look at that. My voice carried pretty far right now. Yeah, we're switching to sword for these guys. I'm gonna have five fast shamblers coming at me. That's true. But I mean, you know, I'm also level 10 carver. It literally would be less effort to just cut down a tree and get 4 logs and turn that into 12 planks and turn those 12 planks into 12 baseball bats. I can guarantee you that would be easier than trying to loot them. But you're also not wrong. Metal baseball bats cannot be made. And I think metal baseball bat with bolts, I think, is one of the best ones. One of. Not the best. I do believe the one we're actually using is best in slot. This place has got a lot of people in it for a place that's closed. Don't push your luck with something you're not good at. A 100 bats. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that for the aluminum bats, or the metal bats rather. I think actually just a regular baseball bat with nails is not all that far behind us, a mace on paper. Oh, they've gotta. I'd probably just be a question of proportions more than anything. Now this is the expo center, right? Yeah. I remember where that is. Okay. I don't actually remember this this grate being here. Cool. Okay. I have a better understanding of the layout of this place now. Let's see if we can get any Ah, I saw the espresso machine and I thought, does that mean this is a coffee shop? No. No, unfortunately, no. Probably ticket sales here. What is this little... Is this like a platform? I guess it is, but we can't pick it up. That's unfortunate. Because we can pick up these brick planters, but we cannot pick up whatever these little raised platforms are. Oh, okay. I do remember when I was in a very early stage of short blunt. Short bat with nails was pretty good as like a holdover, until I could get the rest of my masonry leveled up. Sheet metal bat. That's where you take this this recipe right here. Oh no. I think there was one recipe, and it was like you would change the ingredient. Too late now. Kill one of these with sword and then bat the other one. Ah, yes, sheet metal reinforced weapon. So 2 small steel sheets, screws, nuts and bolts. Finally a use for screws. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can get billions of steel sheets. There are a bunch of burned wrecks that I would love to get rid of. Sheet metal snips can be replaced with hacksaw, hand drill, and only a hand drill. So that's sometimes that's annoying. Now you can use... Okay, now this is interesting. You can use baseball bats, a large branch, or a baseball bat that's already been can reinforced. Does that actually make a difference to the output? I would be curious to see. I mean, you know, a can with sheet metal on top of it, is that really going to be that significant of a difference? I would laugh if it was. This mace head was already down to like 2/3, so I have no qualms with using it up. It was a bit of a spur of the moment decision to start doing a little bit of long blunt, but now that I'm feeling it, I'm definitely, next time I go back to Jericho, I'm just gonna make a whole bunch of mace heads and not even attach them to anything, so that I can flap them into a short blunt or long blunt as the situation calls for it. Have a bite to eat. Metal bat with bits weighs less than the sheet. Okay, cool. Weight is weight. I haven't actually figured this out 100%. Does item weight directly contribute to the stamina usage? It makes sense, and I would expect that to be possibly a thing, but I don't know. I think we've trunk checked everything here. Yes, we have trunk checked everything here. Okay. I don't want to spend too much time in this area because the stench. Imagine the smell. Okay, that's good to know. In that case, that makes the block mace even less relevant to me. I've been wishing that block maces were relevant. I wish they were a thing. And the reason being, block maces would be, minus their detriments, would be best in slot behind the nightstick as a belt item. Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I hadn't looked at the, actually, I have looked at the code, but I have not, memorized all the various things about it. Looked at the code for melee combat, but... Hey, look at this. We've got, this is a survivor truck. And I can tell because it's got like a smoke bomb in it. And a little first aid kit here. Some jars that have been rotted. So the mechanic that turned these jars rotten that we looted just now, whatever that mechanic is, I think that's the reason that my own jars were rotted. I certainly hope that gets fixed. We are far enough away from my composting bin that I'm just going to dump these out and keep the jars. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Now, just because a vehicle is a survivor vehicle, probably doesn't mean it has a good engine, but I'm going to check. Nah, 62. Quality 62. That's a 38% chance to fail to start. Nah, I ain't about that. I have not found a good truck yet. I'm always on the lookout for one. I never actually... Okay, so I've driven past many trucks without looking. Yeah, look at this. See all the beautiful green parts on this? All these beautiful green parts? Engine quality 54. So that's a 46% chance to fail to start. Vehicles can be really deceptive. Shit. Just had like a 1 second stutter. That was terrifying. Are these all slow ones? Slow ones are great to level with because you control their movement. And right, and left. So there's level 1 long blunt. I don't know if that's going to make a difference yet for our sledgehammering. I think it was not until I was axe level 3 that I started to notice a difference for wood cutting. So I don't have very high expectations for this just yet, but you know what? I'll take whatever I get. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to ambulances, like at this point, ambulances, I just like them so much for the light bar and the storage that I will, still here. We got an 80, another 80 quality Franklin Pauline. So this one is actually in the upper echelon of my Spiffo vans back at base. Wait a minute, this one did not have gas and battery, did it? No, it had good parts, but not gas and battery. Meanwhile, this truck up here, the pink one, has gas and battery, but an absolute dog shit engine that I would not... Well, again, the truck is uniquely useful for things. Man, once again, 80% windows, and you're forcing me to smash one. Hurts my soul. This is where that crowbar mod, force doors open, would be great. Maybe I'll come back for this truck. But right now, I just want to take its gas and its battery and put it in this van, which has got better parts and quality 80 engine. Definitely worth it. The tires are in good condition, but they're just regular. Same with the brakes. I don't actually have a gas can on me right now. I am willing to bet one of these vehicles around here might have one. What about this one? Did I check its engine? 57. Trucks uniquely feel like they have really bad engines. Now you see this big group right back here? I I mentioned this before when I saw them the last time. Those are not a bad candidate for fire bombs because they are stuck on that side of the fence and can't get to me. So if I run up, throw a firebomb, and then run away, they'll just cook in the background. They may spread the fire, though. What would happen if that was the case? That would be they burn whatever the hell this is. It looks like a small furniture shop. You know what? I'm going to risk it. I'm going to risk it. I have a firebomb. I'm going to risk it. I am going to get my firebomb out and chuck it at that fence and let those zombies cook while I'm screwing around out here. That feels like a very useful use of my multi-threading my time here. I don't have any cans for gasoline, but I have 17 empty 2-liter bottles. That's a thing, I guess. Yeah, so ambulances are just there. I like them for being an all-rounder. If I was in Riverside, in my main, area, Riverside, I would probably use the ambulance a little bit less because I could, use my hauler for loot transport, and I could use my Corvette for vehicle recovery. But out here where I can't easily transport my Corvette back and forth, there it is, firebomb, equip primary. I hope the raccoon gets out of the way. And as you can see, my stress is already up to 30, just from being next to the fence for that short period of time. Now look at this, look at this. There's this bitch right here. She just walked away while on fire. And I have no idea how far she's going to go. But the fire on the tiles has already gone out, and now the zombies behind the fence are just on fire, and they're just gonna cook. So we're just gonna let bro cook times 10. I think we'll still be close enough if we work around over here. Whenever you let them cook, you just want to make sure you're staying within the same map cell. The big building beside it, if you mean directly to the south, that I believe is a used car store. I think. Yes. Let me get out and use... Yeah, Jimmy's pre-owned cars. It's on the other side of that fence, though. That would take some finessing for the zombies to catch on fire on that side of the fence. I think we've got a little bit of incoming from around the fence over here. Yeah, just a couple. But most of them can't go all the way around like that because the fence is like at a T intersection right here behind this tree. So a lot of those guys will never figure out how to path to us unless we were to drive all the way to the other side. Left and right. Left, right. Left and right. This is how you kill 2 zombies at once when you have like almost no weapon skill. You use the stun lock. Every weapon hit is a 1-second stun lock. Doesn't work as well with the really, really short weapons like knives. But long blunt and short blunt, absolutely. Oh, I just got tired, so that's me doing half damage right there. Shaun of the Dead moment. They're getting closer to the T intersection, but they're also... I don't think there's going to be any zombies on the other side of it to catch fire. It'd be really cool if those 2 big groups there merged together. I've seen it happen before. All they need to do is kind of just meander towards each other. But we'll give them a chance to do that while we... I'm going to get all those empty bottles out, fill them with gas, and transport the gas to the van there. Empty plastic bottle times 17. Hello there. Thank God for sound. I have no idea exactly where he came from. I know where he's going. So there's one more on the other side of that fence there. Should probably cut the engine. Doesn't need to be running. Once again, saved by the sound. Should not be tunnel visioning while we're out here. Should not at all be tunnel visioning. That is a recipe for disaster. What size gas tank is this? It is a small, just like this one. I see some Zeds on the other side of the fence. Do they see me? Possibly. I think we have at least one coming. Yeah, okay. Sit and spin on F5. Yeah, no, 16 times, 16 times with no respawns, maybe. If and when you get to the point where you've killed everybody. But even then, 16 times probably also means that there is a greater chance of leftovers getting stuck in weird places. I think I increased population up to 8 times in B41. I don't think I ever did all the way like to 16. And even then, I've never been to Louisville in any population, so... We don't need 100% of everything filled up. Trunk needs 1 repair hit in order to be ideal. Sounds about right, yeah. That would be 16 times popular, or like, you know, just higher population in general, with no respawns. Definitely sounds like a multiplayer thing to me. I would probably have some fun with the homies on that because, you know, you got somebody watching your back and you've got a group to help you clear areas. Old tire in good condition. Threatened me with a good time. It's near the end of the day right now, so I don't have too much else on my plate. So I am going to go ahead and recover the blue van here. And at that point, it'll be bedtime by the time I get back. 95% old muffler. I believe old mufflers still fill the niche of when you want the vehicle to make extra noise. That being said, I don't think... I recently learned that you can actually take a muffler off and just still run the vehicle normally. I think it was mentioned that that could affect the gas mileage. But I don't know. I have taken the muffler off recently, but I've not really experimented with that much. Yeah, okay. That, I mean, I feel like it's got to do something other than just affect the noise. Because otherwise that would mean that there's no niche for the old one, the old muffler to fill. If the old muffler gets you both the loud noise and the okay-ish, better than none when it comes to gas mileage. So this thing has got performance brakes, but the front brakes are shit. Which means it would actually be better to have a high condition. So just a PSA about brakes in this game. The braking force is first determined by the type. Performance brakes provides the most. But then condition has a rather significant impact. So a high quality, like let's just say 80% condition 80% condition regular brake will provide more braking force than like a 40% condition performance brake. So after a certain point, whether it's performance or regular, is less important than condition. Obviously, as always, high condition performance is usually best in slot for most situations. Tires are a little bit more situational, I believe. I believe that old tires do best off-road. And performance tires do best on-road and regular, kind of in between. And then, of course, there's the relation between traction and towing. I don't fully understand it, but I know that higher traction on the vehicle that is towing, and I think lower traction on the vehicle being towed, I think that is a good recipe for success. Unconfirmed. Huh, that's unfortunate. I guess the fire went out and it only erased one of the two groups. The other group must have filled their place. Now that being said, if I want to erase the other group, I could probably do it in one tube full of shotgun shells. I just don't... I can't really justify the expenditure of shotgun shells on a group that can't even reach me. That doesn't make any sense. Not in the current paradigm, where I would much prefer to save my shotgun shells for when we get a little closer to the Grand Ohio Mall. Hello. Ah, sitting. Shaun of the Dead moment. Smackety, 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 smack. Performance brakes, great condition. We are going to end up staying up just a little late here, because I'm going to steal the brakes off this thing. If I want to steal brakes, I need to get my full vehicle kit out. That is in the glove here. That is a tire iron in one hand, jack in the other hand. Also, the persistent problem of tires losing their inflation after you take them off, that has been solved, thankfully. I'm not going to harvest the tires off of this thing yet. Damn it. Oh, other side of the fence, okay. I may come back for the tires on that, on the pink truck if and when it feels useful to have a full set of good quality, regular tires. I'm not currently at that stage where that feels useful. Definitely staying up late here. That is okay. We want left side and rear right. At least it is completely instantaneous now to pull things off of cars. Don't know if it'll be that way forever, but I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts. I may even want some of these performance brakes on my main ambulance. Brakes do degrade over time, so my main ambulance might actually need an upgrade to its brakes. I will check later. For now, we've got a collection of great stuff here. Oh yeah, and that's another thing that just kind of, that cuts a bit to the heart of my feelings on extremely high population. The way the game plays, high population is really just means everything's going to take longer. At the end of the day, that's what that really means. What I would really be interested in is not necessarily like a uniform distribution of higher population, but I would be very interested in like a more heavily weighted spawn map, if that makes sense. Like a spawn map where you just have like really big pockets in certain locations, maybe even unexpected locations. I mean, it fits part of the theme of this game. I mean, sometimes you'll get that, you'll get the orgy in the bathroom event, where like, you know, 5 to 10 people come out of the bathroom unexpectedly. That, but like, you know, with outdoor spawns, that would be interesting. When you're towing at night, I like to have the headlights for both vehicles on. That helps me see in multiple directions. I did not want to turn on the siren. That's okay. We'll be alright. We are not going to be here too long. We are just going to go around this side of the building, which is going to be much clearer than the other side. So we ended up definitely staying up way later than I wanted to. But we've got ourselves a van full of really good vehicle parts, which is always a useful thing, in my opinion. Oh, okay. Neat. That sounds very neat. See, that would turn, you know, even just regular high value POIs into pretty much into dungeons. That'd be great for group play. I mean, a lot of this game would be great for group play on its default settings. Only insane people like me will play on the default settings just all the time. I've said this before, that a lot of folks have asked me what keeps me playing this game, especially through the tedium. And at the end of the day, I'm here for the combat loop. The logistics are fun, but in order for me to enjoy logistics, it has to be building towards something. And in this case, the logistics are building towards sustained combat operations, and the combat in this game actually kind of relaxes me. It's gotten to that point where I understand it so thoroughly that just executing combat operations in this game almost feels like just watching dominoes fall down after a fair amount of time of setting them up. It's like just a really advanced game of dominoes right here. That's kind of what it feels like to me. I enjoy it. It helps pass the time. I've got a lot of time to pass. Maybe someday it'll actually help pay the bills. Right now, I looked at Social Blade recently, and that was I have mixed feelings about that, because Social Blade shows both the upper and lower potentials of your YouTube channels based on just based on like advertiser revenue. Now, Social Blade can be very deceptive for many reasons. Shit. I've got to kill this guy, and I cannot... Probably should not discharge a gun up here. This will probably take a few hits. I am very tired. Okay, we're good. That's yet another reason I did not want to run a generator up here. This area is not very well secure. I don't even remember exactly where I wanted to put the blue van here. I need to keep in mind that coffee machine is... that coffee machine will collide. Like, that coffee machine might as well be a bollard. Something that can be run into. So I'm gonna not do any more towing and just position the vehicles manually now. But yeah, I was looking at the Social Blade for both my channels, my main channel and this one here, which is my secondary channel. Because what it does, it shows, you know, like, just assume what it is. It assumes, I believe, it assumes that you're making that you have monetization turned on with advertisements, and then what it does is it goes to industry standard ad rates, and it shows like the upper and lower limits. And apparently my main channel, just because of that one little viral remix I made like 12 years ago now, could be between $8 and $130 a month or something like that. Or no, between like 80 and 130. That was a factor of 10. Between 80 and 100 and between $80 and $1,300 a month, based on the RPMs and ad deals and whatever. I'm not too familiar with how all those work, but all it does is look at views and make those estimations. I don't think if I were to even try to monetize my main channel, I don't know if I would pass, because everything that's on my main channel right now is not something I own the copyright to. My main channel was had its debut as I was one of those guys who would make extensions of music tracks. I would take an existing music track and just extend it and loop it. That's all I did, and I have like, I don't know, like 16 of those published, and well, one of them went viral, like super viral, like we're talking almost 100 million views viral. So Social Blade thinks I could be making a lot of money if I monetized that, but like I said, I don't even know if I would want to monetize that, right? It's not my work that's pulling in those 100 million views. It's Klaus Badelt, the Klaus Badelt Hans Zimmer, the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack extension. The one that I made, the extended version, is YouTube recommends that more than the original. It's just a fluke of the algorithm, I guess. Now, that being said, I am very proud of the work I did, which is just taking that like 2.5 minute soundtrack and just turning it into a 15-minute loop where you almost don't notice the seam. If you have a key in here, you'll notice the seam, but I mean, it's like really smooth. It's really smooth. If you turn your brain off, you won't notice it at all. And that's kind of what I strived for with the music extensions. But I stopped doing that for a while, and then I realized if I came back and started doing it again, the copyright landscape on YouTube is just a nightmare. I would not want to ever do that. Not even just for fun anymore. Because, I mean, every single one that I upload is a potential just copyright strike, as opposed to, like, you know, you would expect that if you put something on your channel and credit everybody, that the worst that would happen is they take the video down. But no, they could actually strike your channel too. 3 strikes and you're out. Usually YouTube ploy. I have not gotten any strikes on my main channel, but I started feeling like, you know, every soundtrack extension I do, even if you can find it elsewhere on YouTube, that doesn't mean it can't change later. Maybe the rights change, maybe something else changes, and suddenly it's not allowed on YouTube, and suddenly you get a copyright strike. I have heard enough YouTubers complain about the ridiculous unfairness of copyright strikes that I don't want to ever fucking deal with that. If I start doing content, like really highly edited content, I'll probably do what Pancreas No Work does. Pancreas No Work, he makes video game related videos, or like, you know, tabletop, video game, tabletop, etc. And then he just uses video game music as background music. I've lost count of how many times I've heard him use the RimWorld soundtrack in his videos, which, you know, RimWorld's got a great soundtrack to it. But most importantly, it's a soundtrack that, if they ever wanted to file takedown claims based on that soundtrack, they would be destroying, like, you know, thousands of hours of gameplay footage by doing so. So that is, I don't want to call it safe, because nothing is safe on YouTube, but that is probably not a bad way to do things. If I got really big, I would just commission my own music. I would just go to SoundCloud and pay somebody to do some jingles for me. There's a lot of people who would do that for you, and I would be more than happy to do that, because music theory is something I've always wanted to learn, but I'm not going to learn it in enough time to produce my own tracks for my own YouTube videos. I've got other things I want to do before I start doing YouTube, like actual edited YouTube, you know, as opposed to live streams here. Socialblade.com. If I type in my current channel, Ginfidel, a very modest channel. Apparently, I'm in the top 4,000 of video game streamers. That's cool. That's cool. I don't really have any feelings about that, but it is nice to know that everything on this is pretty much something that I've done myself. It's not just pilfered from other people's work. But if we look at my main channel, Sunderbraze, I'm apparently in the top 5% of views because of that one video. Yeah, not too many people have videos with almost 100 million views on them. But yeah, these, I mean, like I said, ask any YouTuber whether Social Blade is actually accurate to your earnings, and probably not. But just looking at those numbers, it kills me inside a little bit. Because again, it's not my work, right? It's nothing that's currently posted to my main channel is actually my work. And so it wouldn't feel right to me to monetize it. That's not to say that I wouldn't, but I mean, like, you know, if I was going to monetize my main channel, it would be coupled with the debut of my own original work. That would feel a lot better to me. Anyway, let's get my bag sorted out here. Now, initially yesterday, the plan was supposed to be to go out and do some actual fighting. We kind of got a little sidetracked when I saw that parking lot full of good-looking vehicles. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that, but this channel will, let me put it this way, this channel will always be the home of long-form content that is off the cuff and unscripted. My main channel will always be stuff that is edited. That's the dichotomy that I will stick to 100%. Now the minutia between that, I have put some edited content on this channel. This channel right here, youtube.com/Ginfidel. I've put some edited content on here that I'm actually rather proud of. That edit where I took the trailer for level 1 and secret level, when I took the trailer for secret level and I remade it with Dark Tide sound effects. I'm particularly proud of that. That was a lot of fun to make, and a lot of people enjoyed that, because I got a lot of Dark Tide memes in there. But at the same time, it's also, you know, it's not necessarily any of that. None of that is my content. It's all just Jesper Kid KYD, however the fuck you pronounce his name. That's all his work. And then whoever did the visuals for Secret Level. Somebody told me Saitama was doing it, but I think Games Workshop just took that guy on staff so they could shut him up. They didn't want to be the bad guys who shut him down, so they employed him on staff and whatnot. Shit, just use AI. I have things to say about AI. And I'm speaking as somebody who uses it. I think it's being overused. That's hot take right there. I think it's just being overused a little bit right now. I think we're in a phase where people are over-fascinated by AI, and I do hope that the honeymoon phase will go away. Just kind of like, I mean, you know, a lot of people have made the comparison between AI and Photoshop, and I do think there's merit to that. It's not a perfect comparison, but there is definitely some weight to it. One thing that I will use AI for without hesitation is memes. I will always gladly use AI for memes. I think that is its greatest potential right there. Because the inherent jankiness of it is always going to kind of kneecap you if you're going for professional stuff. But if you're going for strictly unprofessional stuff, it just adds to it. Like, one of the hardest things that I've laughed at this year, just thinking about all the things that I've seen this year on YouTube that have made me laugh really hard, it was when they took the surveillance footage of Epstein's cell. You know, 12 hours of surveillance footage of Epstein's cell that fucking proved nothing to anybody. When they released that, a whole bunch of people immediately came out and used it for image to vid to edit it so that it would capture just the stupidest shit ever. Shrek breaking through the door and shit like that. I laughed so fucking hard at that. Like, I laughed. I was laughing so hard at it that I don't even remember half the things that I saw. That was how good it was. Leaving me more time to work and do chores. I thought women were supposed to do that. I'm not allowed to say that. That's. Oh, you know what? Okay, let me phrase that more diplomatically. I thought women got a lot of enjoyment out of doing that men don't. I'll still get a lot of people. There's still a lot of people who yell at me for saying that, even though I think it's true. Hot take, guys. I think men and women are a little different, generally speaking. Very hot. You guys come here for the hot takes, right? The super, super duper hot takes. Didn't realize there were still some cinnamon rolls down here. Got our breakfast sorted. Cinnamon rolls don't go bad, do they? So we got a lot of fog, but that's actually not a big deal because we've got a lot of pipe bombs. I do think I'm going to put a moratorium for now on the long blunt leveling, unless today ends up being more of a cleanup day. I think the long mace and the morning star have similar damage levels. The morning star is a little bit lower. So both this vehicle and this trailer over here, this is all RTB right here. So this is all stuff that will go back to Jericho at some point. I think half of these garbage bags can just go in here. Yeah, okay. I don't need to be carrying around 40 garbage bags. That's actually, unironically, more encumbrance than I need to be carrying around. Yesterday taught me the value of having an empty gas can on hand. Just one. Put it in the ETC bag, shall we? I can actually get rid of this copy of Electrical 5. I don't need it anymore. I have a copy of Electrical 5 that was like an extra copy. I literally do not need it anymore because I have read it, and we're well on our way through the journey of actually getting the levels for Electrical 5. Electrical has almost no purpose to level it up once you're past level 6. It's not one of those recipes that gives you a special unlock when you get to level 7 like cooking. Alright. So we still got fog, so no shooty gases in the air, but, well, we've got 3 pipe bombs, too. I look forward to surveying opportunities for that. Now, of course, pipe bombs are great. We're probably not going to get a lot of good opportunities to herd massive groups together. But that's okay. The bare minimum for pipe bombs always is 20 zombies. And we don't need to pull massive groups with a vehicle to get together a big old group of 20 zombies in Louisville. Alternatively, we can bypass the bad weather completely. All we gotta do is fight indoors. I would almost never consider fighting indoors 90% of the time, but this particular indoors, the Expo Center, this particular indoors is very, very big for being in. Tankers everywhere. Yeah, right now the closest thing you'll ever see to a droid is a $20,000 robot, of which the capabilities are still very much questionable. I've seen the robots, I've seen a couple of the short videos of them. I've not yet seen like a video of somebody who's actually bought one and reviewed it. I very much look forward to what that looks like. Oh, now this is interesting. Okay, so we're inside the Expo Center, and we've got this really big room right here. And this really big room has only got 2 points of ingress. This door back here and the double door back there. That could very easily be blocked up with vehicles. And we could make our own points of ingress with blackjack and hookers. I would say so, yeah. See, what we need is we need robots that actually have just hard algorithms running. That not AI as we know it. Generative AI is not a technology to be run on mobile hardware. It's just not. AI as we know it is a technology that has to be run on hundreds of NVIDIA data center GPU farms. And if you want to make a robot out of that, well, good luck ever making that robot function offline. And robots that can't function offline are just going to be massive data hogs. And another interesting thing I think about sometimes is, are we going to see much better than 5G? I think we talk about Moore's Law sometimes on YouTube. We don't talk a lot about whatever law there is to theoretical upper limitations on transmission of radio traffic. I don't know those limits. I know they exist, though. And there's probably a discussion about them happening way above my head right now. Okay, and here we make it to the other side. So I know exactly where I'm at right now. But I don't know how many are behind me, so I'm falling back quite hard to deal with those. I went indoors because, well, fighting indoors in the darkness is actually not all that different to me from fighting outdoors in fog. My line of sight is shit either way. I should probably clear this room first. This room is a janitor closet, and that's it. See, I'm surprised at how many rooms are in this place that actually only have one way in or out of them. That is the one thing about the Expo Center that surprised me. I just expected it to be very open, like in every direction open. In my series that I'm writing, I've got a few notes on how robotics could actually implement some facet of generative AI, as, you know, quote-unquote generative AI, as a function of increasing what we would interpret as creativity, but just as basically just a glorified randomness engine. A glorified randomness engine that has the ability to model itself off things. Meanwhile, all the other functions are like I guess the best way to think of it, robotics as a analogy to humans. The spinal cord and most of the lower brain functions that are subconscious to us, those would all be programmed with strictly binary and async computing. No massive parallel LLM style computing, but for the brain, where you want a little bit of creativity at play, and I use the word creativity lightly with transformers-based processing, but you know, the approximation of creativity. I do think that generative AI has demonstrated that parallel computing can do creativity better than async. If for no other reason than we look at the different compute times between running transformers on a GPU versus running it on a CPU. Now, I have no way of telling whether that's just NVIDIA up to its usual shit. It still blows my mind that Google was really the one behind that. All because Google decided to do a little project and they named it after the fucking Decepticons and Autobots. Next thing you know, everybody is using it because everybody's lazy and they don't want to develop their own shit. And this is why I'm not fighting with guns yet, because I have no idea how many more of these there are. What I'm fighting right now, I kind of knew was coming, but if I were to start shooting, they would come out of nowhere. Not bad. There's a little more further south than I thought there would be. So I'm going to actually fight towards the south right now, because as we fight towards the south, we get closer to what should have been largely eliminated by the most recent pipe bombing activities. I say should have been. I mean, I would have expected most of that corner of that building to be clear. We need to have a clear 6. So, falling back yet again to make sure that we don't have too many coming up from the north here. See, we're in a bad spot strategically. We're in a bad spot strategically because we're coming in from... Our angle of approach is right here, where there's people coming out from our angle. This is where we came in from, and there's people coming in from that direction. So I am less safe than I would ever normally want to be right now. I am in control of this situation, but this is how things go bad in this game. This is how things can go very bad. I would like to know where those ones came from. I want to say from the right here. Is this one of the dead-end rooms? I think it is. No, this is not a dead-end room. There's a double door on the other side. So this is a throughway. Sorry, the men's room is closed, ma'am. I like how all the friggin' icons look the same. Wait a minute, no, this is the men's room. That's the ladies' room. I was gonna say that I've seen gas stations where both the icons are the same. So there's gas stations with 2 ladies' rooms in this game. I've seen that multiple times. It led me to believe that there are no ladies' rooms, and that men just spring out of holes in the ground. Which is, of course, nonsense. Okay, we did recently fight up here in the front entrance. Yes. Okay. Not fully, but we did. We're getting lag spikes. We just had like a quarter second. Yeah, we're getting lag spikes. So I'm going to find a safe place and close and reopen the game. See how dangerous that is? That is extremely dangerous, fighting zombies with just quarter-second lag spikes like that. So I'm just going to go off to the corner of the building here. Yeah, we're just going to do it right here. And we're just going to close and reopen the game. Whenever you get those little quarter-second lag spikes building up, I have noticed that it's a cascading thing. It's going to get worse. Some kind of memory leak. Just close and reopen the game. But yeah, while it's reopening, there's a comparison feature on Social Blade. I'm not even on the map compared to my main channel. 5.3 millionth in views versus in the top quarter million. So this channel, it was not named Ginfidel for its entire history. I completely forgot what it was called when I first opened it back in 09. I know I renamed it to Ginfidel back in like the 2010s, something like that. That was when I started making YTPs. But yeah, we are back, and the lag spikes are gone. There may have been zombies on the other side of this wall here. That's okay. They would probably go around front to get to us. I think that would be the shortest distance. But this is where we parked. There, I just remembered, and I'm glad that I saw this, because I would have forgotten. There's a zombie that had a duffel bag who looked like a survivor zombie. And he died on this street corner. I remember specifically trying to say, yeah, I'm going to come back for this guy. I was technically correct. Just took me longer than I was expecting. At least he is still here. And it's completely empty. So this guy, the reason I thought that he was going to be a survivor zombie, look at that, he's got a mohawk, he's got gloves on. Yeah, he's a good candidate, but no. It's a shame, too, because this duffel bag right here that I'm carrying, that's a better match for law enforcement blue than the actual police duffel bag. As ironic as that might sound, a randomly generated color duffel bag is actually better in some cases. There's certain kits to match. We're all about matching here. Now, we are still getting lag spikes to a degree because, well, we're not going to be able to dodge the fact that there are 500,000 corpses to the south here. I haven't counted them, and I don't think I could if I tried. Okay, so we identified that this entrance is mostly clear. It's the other entrance, and that whole road on the other side. This whole road on the other side is actually kind of still a mess. And now that we have the fog cleared up, yeah, we're going to clear up this other side of the building. Because if we don't, it's going to annoy our progression. These guys are going to continually filter through the building and come out on the other side and bother me there. Now, if I discharge here, I'm going to get fence thumpers to the south. If I discharge up here, fewer fence thumpers, but closer to the building, so let's see how that plays out. That's the play I'm going to make for now. Okay, so it looks complicated back here, but there's actually no doors. It's just the overhang. The overhang that could make it hard to see Zeds incoming. I don't know, Swivel for any incoming from the north. Yep. If we don't have the north clear, we have nothing clear. So we fall back until we are assuredly clear. Probably wasn't a trip. Oh no, that was a triple kill. It seems completely random as to how often I actually kill the ones that I knock down when I get a multi-hit with the shotgun. Focus on firearms for the fast chamblers, of which there are many. And here's another unacceptable flanker from the north. Back into the ground with you. Now, I keep wanting to think that the north is safe because that's the road I took when I previously progressed towards Grand Ohio. But apparently that doesn't mean as much as I thought it did. The backfill that I ran into as I got closer to Grand Ohio, the backfill has been, well, worse than I was expecting for this kind of Louisville area. Like, it feels almost as bad as, if not worse, than 1st Street. Okay, here's what we're going to do now. We're going to continue pulling, but we are going to try to corner these guys. As you guys can see, there's already a lot of dead Zeds on this corner here. That is because this is a very hard corner with no windows or doors, so zombies who are following us will be in a nice straight line when they go around this corner. And what happens when they're in a nice straight line? Shotgun happens. Easily. They line themselves up for a nice little shotgun burst. I made a lot of noise just now, but they're not... Come on, take the bait. I believe in you. I'm gonna use a ladder gun. Yep, almost 7. Yeah, I did update the stream title after I started. How's it going today, son? I keep thinking we're just gonna get a big group coming around that corner, but they're slower at it than I thought. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at this. Low attention span deuces. I guess they're having trouble calculating the optimal path to get to me. So if I make it so they can actually see me right here. I mean, these guys are all slow. Literally all these guys are slow. This would be easier to just skirmish more than half of these guys. Especially Grandpa up here is late to the party. If I have to fight here too much longer, I will put the mask on. This guy didn't even make a lot of noise. I just caught him because my head's on a swivel. bad. Guy actually wearing a helmet? Where's his? No, he's just got a bowl cut that looks like a helmet. I wish I could say that wasn't realistic, but no. Hairspray. If you have a bowl cut and you have enough hairspray, it feels like you're wearing a helmet. Can confirm. Cloudflare. Was there a Cloudflare problem today? I did not notice. My client does use AWS, but they're not, as far as I know, not much Cloudflare. You'll still feel downstream effects of it, especially if it hits DNS services. Actually, I get impacted by that directly. My custom router, the custom router that I built, it checks Cloudflare primarily for everything, and then falls back to free DNS for everything else. Or OpenDNS, rather. OpenDNS is not bad, I like it, but it is an order of magnitude slower than Cloudflare, to such an extent that if Cloudflare is down, I can actually tell, because it takes like almost a second longer for an average website load for me. Not that I'm going to notice if it's YouTube, because YouTube's got some weird problems when it comes to loading. Right now, the current paradigm with YouTube and page loads is there's a mandatory 4-second delay appended to a lot of clients, specifically to combat botting, which of course is something I've noticed as a user and as somebody who has downloaded videos from YouTube using tools that YouTube doesn't want you to use. Boy howdy, I certainly hope the auto-transcription does not incriminate me permanently from saying that out loud. Right now I'm pretty sure that auto-transcriptions are only scanned for bad words. Maybe other content, but I don't think they're going nuts with TOS enforcement on that yet. I'm sure they will someday, once it becomes easier to parse. I mean, they're already using their own custom formats for auto captions. It's XML, but special. SV3. We have not sharpened our sword in a while. Let's get a sword sharpening done. Oh, that's the knife, not the sword. How's the sword look? Sword is half-mast. Okay, not bad. Alright, we got a lot of jokers on the fence right here. But otherwise, we've pulled a huge chunk of the ones that were gathered up there to the north. Is that an intact gray vest? It is a gray vest, it's not intact. Alright, so I have a weird idea. Anybody who's been subscribed to my channel for a long time may have noticed I published a video about towing once. And you know what? I'm gonna show you guys, because I couldn't possibly recreate this moment if I tried. Go to my videos, which would go to just regular videos. This was from... I fixed towing with this one simple trick. This one right here is broken. I don't know why. It won't move. I'm just going to try this one more time. And look at this. Look at how fast I go. At this rate, I might actually make it down to where the animals are by the end of the day. I do have a really, really, really stupid idea, though. Like, it is the stupidest idea I've had in a long time. I need a jack in one hand and a tire iron in my other hand. So if we look at the mechanics for this thing, it looks like everything is in great condition. But I'm going to take the tires off. Take all the tires off. Take all the tires off from an animal trailer. What happens if I tow the trailer without any tires? So an animal trailer that couldn't move at all. You take the tires off, and suddenly it moves faster than anything else you've towed in this game. And I was reminded of that when I came up on this truck with no tires on it. I want to see if that still plays out with regular vehicles. I already got the left and the right, or the front and the back on that side off, so let's just take the front right off as well. So this is a truck with no tires on it. That was a very specific problem that has since been fixed. Animal trailers will no longer... I think traction was just overtuned. So because that animal trailer that we had in the video there, because it had high quality performance tires, the traction was so high that it literally would not move if you tried to tow it. Or I guess if you tried to tow it with a kind of a weak vehicle. But now, same principle applies. Oh my god, my dream of using a vehicle as a mace flail. Oh my god. Oh, I did not expect it to come from a vehicle with no wheels on it. I've tried to do it with vehicles that actually have the wheels on them. I've tried that for so many times, and it never worked. But this is so much easier. Oh, this is an entire skill set in and of itself. This is something I probably should turn ragdolls back on for. Oh shit, did that hit me? No, that didn't hit me. Or if it did, it didn't cause damage. Oh, interesting. It just goes right over her. That must be because she is on the ground. Okay, now the game, sometimes if I have ragdolls turned off, but then I turn them back on, sometimes that will crash the game. So we're not gonna, we'll turn ragdolls back on, but we'll proceed cautiously afterwards. We may need to close and reopen the game to make it safe. I had ragdolls turned off because, I guess if anybody watching is not familiar, ragdolls are all fun and games until you go to places where zombies can fall off of third-story buildings or higher. Ragdolls have a very high chance of just breaking and just really dumb shit happening when they break. Like they will turn into super zombies and start flying all over the place, which is it might sound funny because they're actually no threat directly to the player when they're like that, but believe it or not, they're a massive threat if you accidentally run into them. The vehicle, or if you run into a zombie with a vehicle while it's in an extremely glitched state, the game will crash. We had that happen to us in the sanitarium. So basically my policy currently is if ragdolls are on, we're going to turn them off if there are multi-story buildings nearby. Unfortunately, I lose control. I can't actually turn properly when it's like that. Oh shit, this is going on Reddit if it actually works. Oh shit, oh that was bad, that was bad. I don't want to hit it with my ambulance. That's the whole reason I'm using a towed vehicle. Oh, I need to come back and do this with the, I need to come back and do this with the truck. My whatchamacallit, my vehicle recovery vehicle. I need to come back and do it with that. Yes. Oh, that's going to be so much fun. Okay. That's what we're going to do. We're going to come back with the D6 fire truck. And we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun. But I don't want to do this with the ambulance, because if I do it with the ambulance, there is going to be a decent chance of taking a trunk hit or a side hit. And the ambulance, I do want to have storage space in the trunk. Remember, anytime a zombie hits the side of your vehicle, the back of the vehicle, or the left back, or the left right of the back of the vehicle, that will cause damage to your trunk and reduce the storage capacity. I want to actually be able to carry stuff in my ambulance, so I can't just use the sides and the back as a battering ram. But the other vehicle, most importantly, the other vehicle that I have that's got a pretty decent engine in it, up here, it is something that I could use as a ram, because even if I need to repair its trunk later, I don't have diminishing returns. This ambulance, I've used it for so long that I got diminishing returns on repairs. Let's see how much I lost from those shenanigans. Yeah, we lost a fair bit. We were in the 140s the other day. Now we're down to 124. We actually, it's so low that it can just barely carry my current, the current haul, which the current haul is, there's not a lot redundant in it. It's got most of my important shit. Now, speaking of my most important shit, I will also take with me, I'm going to take a spare sword, and let's open another box of shotgun, maybe 2 more boxes. I want to have my backpack loaded up very well if we're going to take the fire truck out in the field. The fire truck has got useful stuff in it, but not actually that much. Not much that would be immediately useful for combat, I should say. I'm gonna take a smoke bomb. Who knows what kind of situation would arise where I might actually need that. And I'm gonna take the noise generator and 1 pipe bomb, and that'll do for now. I do think I have a vehicle kit in the fire truck. Let me double check that. I don't want to be saying no fake news here. There should be a vehicle kit in here. I mean, it's a recovery vehicle. Of course there's a vehicle kit in it. I would not lack such foresight. Alright, so my vehicle recovery kit in the ambulance can go back in there. And I could use a little bit of food, so we're going to grab some food. And it is 1800 hours. We are going to drink some coffee. We're going to drink some coffee, and we're going to burn the rest of daylight. We're going to have some fun, because that was looking like something that could be very fun. Okay, we've got a bunch of soda. That's actually perfectly fine by me. Yeah, I know, right? Don't want to end up in the middle of a roof somewhere. I think we're going to be great. I hope. Now, the fire truck here is already kitted out for a lot of different purposes. So if push comes to shove, there's a lot of options we have with it. But primarily, what I'm interested in is using it as a battering ram. Now, normally I would just play music from video games when I'm playing Zomboid. Music from video games that is thematically appropriate. If we're going to be using a truck as a battering ram while towing it, I'm going to use something that is thematically appropriate, but arguably not necessarily directly from a video game. If anybody is familiar with Gmod videos, there's a lovely gentleman named El Toro 64 Russ. That guy does some really lovely Gmod videos, but he also does his own music for some of them. A lesser known fact about the guy. Not my videos, but my subs. Where is this guy at? He is in the E's. Here he is. This is his second channel, El Toro 64 Sus. Here it is. Soapy Marsh. This is a great track for. This is great. They really seem to like my truck. I wish I knew why they were so grouped up right there. All this fun we're having with regular combat. Imagine the fun we could have with irregular combat. Whoops. We're gonna have to make sure we don't accidentally throw ourselves over a cliff. I've never set off a car alarm on this character before. Oh shit. Yep, that's we discovered the joys of towing with no tires on the vehicles. We don't want to use our own vehicle as a battering ram, so oops. We still end up using our own vehicle as a battering ram, but we try to do the legwork with another vehicle. I think I'm getting a better understanding of the ranges here. Oh yeah. Not quite. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck. Can you guys still hear me? Am I still live? Hang on. I'm still live. I've still got internet. Okay, so I just lost power. I just lost power. I have probably got... Damn it. I've probably got like... Shit. I've probably got like 5 minutes of battery backup before I have to... I might have to end the stream here, guys. The power just went out, and it doesn't look like it's immediately coming back. Damn, that sucks. I was just starting to have fun, too. Maybe that's a sign from God that I was having too much fun. We're not allowed to have fun in Project Zomboid. I don't have any audio right now. My surround sound system is not on my battery backup, so I literally could not play if I wanted to. Shit. Okay, first thing I'm gonna shut the game off. That will reduce computer usage. I will have to end the stream if I don't get power back in a matter of minutes here. Um, let me go check. I'm going to go check my battery back up and see how much longer I actually have. What is currently using my monitoring windows are using a lot of power right now. That's shut that, shut that, shut that, shut that. Anything to reduce CPU usage, that'll give me a couple more minutes. How many live streamers do y'all know that can keep going after a frickin' power outage? Stand by just a moment. I'm going to cut the cameras too, or at least one of them, because they are using actually a fair bit of GPU. Okay, I've got my main camera. That's all we need right now. I'll be right back. I'm going to check how long I have on the battery. It's probably not long, but give me a second. All right, guys, I'm really sorry about this. I have 2 minutes left. I have 2 minutes left, and I don't. The power's been off for like more than a minute and a half now. I don't think I'm going to be able to continue. I'm really sorry about this, guys. Rather anticlimactic end for today. I'll post an update in the comments section when my power comes back. But I mean, if I start a new live stream, then I'm going to run out of the YouTube won't recommend me if I start a new live stream in the middle of the day. So this is it for today. Sorry about this, folks. Yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Y'all have a good one now. Where's my panel? My second monitor is the one that has the